1, 2, בדיקה, עובד. 1, 2, 1, בדיקה 1, 2, 1, להמשיך אחי? 1, 2, בדיקה 1, 2.
אני ממשיכה לדבר. מקווה שאתה עדיין שומע אותי, מקווה שהכל בסדר. אתה יורד במדרגות, מתרחק. מקווה שעדיין הכל בסדר. 1, 2, 3, נברות, שרית. טסטינג 1, 2, 3. האם שומע? גם מהבמה, גם מהצד. כן, הכל טוב. יופי, עכשיו. we started operating here in this army camp, and then in 1995 we started working as a very tired and very hard-working staff and students, and we cried over the murder of Yitzhak Rabin. Yitzhak Rabin was head of the Harel Brigade during the War of Independence, and 50% of its soldiers died in the battle for Jerusalem. The leader of the Six-Day War, as the chief of staff, he was murdered. He was assassinated, and as we all thought that it is impossible for a Jew to murder the prime minister of the Jewish state, faced a very difficult reality. This assassination was not only the murder of a person who had dedicated his entire life to the state of Israel, it was a rebellion against the civil order, against a prime minister, an elected prime minister who was pursuing a national policy. He was assassinated in order to assassinate a national policy. It was a difficult situation because today we're facing a similar situation of horrific incitement, and maybe even more extreme than what was said at the time. Just a week ago, Ms. Ilana Support sent a letter to Prime Minister Naftali Bennett demanding that he resign or be assassinated. And in order to show how serious she was, she sent another letter, and to both letters she included a bullet, and she threatened not only the prime minister, she threatened his son and his wife. After that, we heard many different statements, different horrible statements, like someone from Eilat who said that a bullet should be put into his head. And if you think that the trauma of those years will not return, it could happen in the current situation. And it is our obligation to prevent a recurrence of such an incident and prevent the deterioration that leads to incitement against an elected government of Israel. And this attack, which demands the efforts not only of the security personnel, Ms. Saporta should be in jail for the rest of her life. But it requires more than that. And the threat is not only on an elected prime minister, it is a threat to the entire political method, the political system here in Israel. And people are very creative here, and the Knesset members like David Amsalem suggested the idea of imprisoning the judges. Former MK Chaim Yogev suggested the agricultural solution of demolishing the Supreme Court with the D9, or examples of talking about blowing up the Supreme Court. We must not live with illusions. We're talking about attacking the entire regime, all aspects of the leadership in Israel, and this attack has ideological basis because the belief is that the only democracy there is the legal aspect of assessing the legislations, because the ultra-Orthodox population believe that only the Torah law, only the religious law is the deciding factor. And therefore, the Supreme Court, the entire court system and legal system has to be destroyed. This is a very there are religion groups. There's murders of by Jewish criminals and between Arab criminals, and people feel threatened. That if they're threatened, people have to realize that there will be retaliations. But in addition to all that, there is a significant threat on the part of something that is close to a rebellion, although among a small part of the Arab population. But these actions are extremely severe, and this is not something we could take for granted. This population, this group, which is a small group, and we have to treat the entire Arab population based on democratic values, but these small groups are responding to the most extreme calls against the existence of the State of Israel, whether from Jihad, Hamas, or Hezbollah. And I would like to state here, to remind you here of the famous speech made by Herzl in London in 1896, when he first presented his vision of a Jewish state. And he said that he could not guarantee that in the country the skies will always be blue, but I can promise one thing, and that is that it is necessary that we can guarantee that that Jews will never be persecuted for religious or national reasons. And this is something that is guaranteed by our political vision, the idea of a Jewish state. And the current disruption of this idea is reflected in pogroms in the mixed cities and in the nearby cities, nearby Arab cities. And these incidents we cannot compromise and we cannot forgive. We must understand that in these cases we are not talking only about violence, we're talking about uprising against the notion of a Jewish state. It is a nationalist ideology that attempts to strike against Jews solely because they are Jews. We could talk about using force to fight against what is happening in society. We must definitely strengthen the police forces, and in certain cases, we must also force is necessary. We will not tolerate violence of any kind. We have to defend the regime, and the legal system must ensure that people pay the price for their crimes. But force is not the solution. The solution is to go back to understanding the fundamental values that we share, that our society is built upon. We have to rebuild from the beginning, from the foundations. We have to rebuild our national consensus. We need the initial agreement that was signed by all of the people, all of the factions, all of the different parts of Israeli society. And that is the Declaration of Independence of the State of Israel. This declaration calls for peace. It calls for equal citizenship, provided that there is peace between the different sectors. It calls for equality, and it calls for the right path and the right way of running a nationalist country that was established as a Jewish homeland for the Jewish people, while maintaining the fundamental rights and values that guided us even as minorities in the diaspora. And I want to say clearly that this institution was established this is a Zionist university that was based on the values of the Declaration of Israel, and that is the social vision of this institution. And I would like to conclude by expressing my complete support for the initiative of the Minister of Finance, Lieberman, who called to pass a new basic law with one line that says that the Declaration of Israel that was of 1948 is a basic law. Thank you very much, Professor Reichman. Global order is in a crisis. We are all experiencing it from the financial perspective as well. I am now honored to introduce Professor Melnick, President of Reichman University, who will share with us the regional and global economic situation. It's Rafi, not Rami, but other than that, all is well. We are beginning this conference with a discussion about the financial situation in Israel and worldwide. And this will be the backdrop for everything that we discuss during the rest of the day, because the world is facing enormous changes and threats that we will have to cope with in the next year and certainly in the future as well. But just some perspective. He's looking for the clicker. We'll start with some background, and in a moment I'll be able to show you the data as well. The world, here it is. We are living in a time of globalization, and globalization was very typical of the world order and has been in the past few decades. And this was a welcome process and welcome development, because the result of globalization was the reduction of poverty throughout the world. There was significant expansion of world trade, which was an engine for economic growth. And of course, the economies around the world grew as a result. This shows what happened to poverty during the globalization era. In the 1980s, there were 2 billion people who lived on an income of less than $1.9 per day. This is the definition of poverty that is defined by the World Bank. There are different definitions, but they all show similar pictures. Despite the growth in global populations, the population and all the developments, poverty has shrunken significantly as a result of globalization. The latest data we have here is for 2018. There are only 600 million people living in poverty, which is still a very high number. But you can see what has happened over the years as a result of the global order over these years. This is the development of global trade. Global trade in the developed economies. One line shows import, and the other shows total export. And we can see that there has been significant increase over the years. Please, can someone please find the clicker? I really need it so that I can proceed. The question is, what is happening today? And we can see the impact of COVID-19. We can see the very quick end of COVID-19. And the question is, where is global trade going now? Because this will be key for the continued growth of global economy. And there are many signs now that indicate that we are facing a new world order, not only from the security perspective and from the political perspectives, but also from the economic perspective. The transition from globalization back to nationalism began before the war in Ukraine. It started with Trump, with his slogan, America First, and with the UK and the Brexit leaving the EU. It became even more severe with the pandemic and the problems with the supply chains. And the war is actually presenting us with the danger of returning to the old world order, when there was still an iron curtain that separated the large blocks and was damaging to the development of the world economy. And we also have a new player, which is China, and we don't know exactly what role it will play in the new world. So far, it is sitting quietly on the side, and it's difficult to read the map and to determine what role China will play in the future, even though it is clear that they will be crucial for the global economy. What appears to be is that global trade will decline, but on the other hand, there will be more competition in the very basic markets such as energy and food, and as a result, the prices of these products will increase. As a result of that, we will see a decline in growth rates and possibly and finding ourselves in a world that is similar to the oil crisis of the 1970s. We have recession on the one hand and inflation on the other, which is a very problematic combination and difficult to deal with. Some preliminary data about growth. Here you can see rates of growth in the GDP in different countries over the years, and you can see the impact of the financial crisis in 2008 and the impact of COVID-19 in 2020 and the quick recovery of the global economy in 2021. And a lot of that is compensation for things that weren't done in 2020. But we certainly can see, but you can also see the beginning of 2022, and this is temporary data. I put the data in for Israel just yesterday afternoon when it was published that during the first quarter of 2022, the GDP in Israel declined. All of the assessments are that there will be that the growth rates will slow down all over the world. The United States has shown signs of recession, in Europe as well. We still don't have estimates for the entire world, but this is the beginning. And the war in Ukraine broke out on this, with this in the background. We can see the shock and changes in prices that are critical for the world. On the one hand, we have the dramatic damage that was caused to the supply chain. At the beginning, they thought it was temporary and the world would be able to overcome it quite quickly. But the truth is we still haven't overcome it. And the ports are full of containers. The ships are stuck in different places around the world. And we have not yet been able to resolve the supply chain shortages. This is continuing to impact prices around the world because as the supply decreases, demand increases, and that's the most basic lesson in economy. And this is what happened to oil prices as a result of the war. We see prices that have climbed over $100 per barrel, and this seems to be a phenomenon that will not change anytime soon. There is also a shock to the balance between supply and demand of oil. And this is what's happening to the global prices of food. In Ukraine supplies a very large percentage of the wheat and other basic commodities to the world and is no longer able to supply these products. And as a result, the prices of food and other products, as I said before, are growing. Saying that, I would like to talk about several issues that if they happen at the same time, the world could suffer a perfect storm. And the outcome of this storm would be world recession on a very severe level, impacting the entire world as a result of growing inflation. And this is a combination that no economist or anyone else like to deal with because it's very hard to handle. Things that what's good for proactivity is bad for inflation and vice versa. So you don't know what to deal with first. Here you can see what happened with the inflation rates around the world. Inflation is currently growing at a very rapid pace. Initially, they thought it was temporary, and just the outcome of very specific economies, supply chains, oil, food, and it was assumed that this would settle down. But as time goes by, it becomes clear that this phenomenon is continuing. On the contrary, we're facing a significant risk of inflation, and price increases will affect the expectations of the world population. And when there are firms and economies and civilians who expect an increase in prices, this process it accelerates this process, which I studied as part of my research on inflation. And it's very difficult to stop that process unless you do something dramatic that involves stopping economic activity. This is the monetary policy that has been typical of the past years. We were living in a world of zero interest rates with some slight deviations, but overall we've lived in a world of zero interest. And in that case, it was very difficult on one hand to assess the value of companies, particularly technology companies, and it is unclear whether the prices, the inflated prices, reflect the actual value of the companies, or is it a phenomenon that is related to with the bubble characteristics. And recently, we've seen significant declines in these companies, in the stock shares of these companies. It is very clear to all of us, every economist just starting out knows that in a world of full employment, full occupation, which is the world in which we're living, and in a world of developing inflation, the interest rates, the current interest rate is completely unsuitable. We have to adjust the interest rates to the new reality that has been created. And this is the greatest challenge that I will connect shortly with what we're talking about. During the war, the world before the crisis, if we would ask an economist what the interest rates should be in case of full employment and inflation is about 2%, everyone would have said that the interest rate should be about 4%, and that's around where it was here and in other places around the world. There is an economist from Stanford who developed a formula that it can be used to calculate, or could have been used to calculate, what interest rate should be under different economic conditions. Inflation of 2% and full employment, then interest rate should be around 4%. So today, inflation is way beyond 2%. But the interest rates are still around zero. It's true that that adjustments are starting to be made, but this adjustment process, because of everything that has happened since 2008, no one knows which direction the interest rates should be. We don't know what the interest rates are that are most suitable for a current reality. It clearly should be higher than they currently are, but it's not clear how far to go. And as a result, there's a lot of nervousness in the market. There's a lot of instability because the markets don't know which direction the policies will go and what levels interest rates will reach. And this unrest, this instability is the cause of what is happening in the capital market. We see dramatic increase and dramatic decreases that are as they constantly look for the balance. This is the Fed challenge. Inflation over 8%, interest rates around 0%. And how do we close that gap? This is the greatest challenge that is being faced by defining monetary policies. How do you define the ideal interest rates without significantly shocking the global market? And it's a very difficult decision to make. What's very clear to me is that this policy has to be transparent. It has to be clear as possible in the markets in order to reduce uncertainty. The central banks have to give guidance about the direction in which interest rates are going so that the markets can adapt themselves accordingly. Since 2008, because of the zero interest rates, it has become addicted to zero interest, meaning that money has no cost. And we are now in a situation in which we have someone who's addicted to drugs, and we have to help them. They need to withdraw. And we have to learn how to live with the excess liquidity of the money. We need this money because right now the situation is being translated into inflation. And Israel is on a small scale. Israel is facing the same problem. Inflation, it does not match the interest rates, even though inflation in Israel is relatively moderate here. What is helpful in Israel is that we have the gas, which has moderated the energy blow that the rest of the world is facing, meaning that inflation is high, but not as high as in other places. However, we don't see that this is going to stabilize. What are the three risks that may be translated into what I called before a perfect storm? On the one hand, it will be a drop in the stock shares, increase in interest rates. The increase in interest rates will affect the price of stock shares, especially those that, as I said before, their prices grew because of the zero interest rates. We're already seeing this phenomenon. If you don't believe me, look what happened to the Facebook stock share, the Netflix shares, the Amazon shares. All these shares have crashed, including a large percentage of our high-tech shares. Again, we are facing something that we understood in the first decade of the 21st century. If this oxygen pipeline that feeds the high-tech industry in Israel, if it is stopped, we realize that our growth engine could be stopped as well. Look at what's happening to housing prices. The zero interest rates have increased demand for housing, because it was an asset that could be used to protect your money. And there were distortions in the investment funds. There were a lot of money was used for risky purposes, and attempts were made to preserve housing prices, and the result was an increase in housing prices, which is a global phenomenon as well. And here in Israel as well, we are also seeing something similar. The previous slide showed the price levels, and here we see the pace of the increase. We've seen an increase in 15% in housing prices in the last year. And the last risk is what will happen with the government debt. Since 2008 until today, the fiscal policy was that enormous efforts were made to cope with the crisis of 2008 and the pandemics. The deficits were increased significantly and were financed by taking loans. We see something similar in Israel, but at a much lower level. And the debt levels in the Western world today are similar to those that happened during the world wars, even though now we don't have wars on similar scale. What will happen if you recycle those loans if the interest rates increase, which will happen because we said that has to happen? So far, it was very easy for governments. They would take loans at close to zero interest rates to finance the deficits. But if interest rates are higher, then they will have to recycle loans at a very high fiscal price. And it is very possible that some of the countries, since this is a global trend, at least in the West, they will have a hard time recycling those loans. And I don't think that we're facing the situation that Greece faced, but this is the syndrome. And economies will not be able to repay their debts, and a debt crisis may develop on a global scale. So to summarize, what is the perfect storm? A perfect storm is a combination of three things that if they happen at the same time, we will be in trouble. One, the stock market crash. There are already signs of that happening. Second, an increase in interest rates in the housing market, a drop in the demand for housing, difficulty of contractors to finance themselves because over the last decade, they've become accustomed to finance themselves with zero interest rates, and some contractors may find it difficult to complete their projects. and a debt crisis, which may occur as a result of countries being unable to repay their loans. And if those three things happen at the same time, we will be facing an entirely different world, a world in which, as I said at the beginning, there will be a decrease in global growth, an increase in poverty, social instability as a result of these geopolitical incidents that we will talk about for the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I am delighted to have you here. The Minister of Defense has made time for us to share with us his thoughts. There are the threats that we know of, and there is the power and force of IDF, but there's also the political strategic insight. I don't know how many of you know, but in security we have an amazing relationship with a multiplier of force, and that is being done by the Minister of Defense, and I am delighted to have the Minister of Defense here with us, sharing his thoughts with us. He'll be going to the United States tomorrow, to our greatest ally, and I would like to invite the Minister of Defense, and thankfully we don't need to introduce him because Lieutenant General in Reserves Benny Gantz is a well-known person. He needs no introduction. So, Minister of Defense, the floor is yours. Good morning, one and all. Good morning, Professor Reichman, Professor Melnik, my dear friend Amos Gilad, the ambassadors, and all the distinguished guests. Good morning to all of you. I would like to begin with a small anecdote that we should all pay attention to. You have conversations on the phone with people, and they tell you about all sorts of possibilities. And you want to end the conversation and you say, great, wonderful. Let's say they talk about a conference. They say, sure, when's it going to happen? May 17th? Oh, yeah, of course. May 17th comes along at some point. And here we are. And need to say something. So thank you, Amos, for this important symposium that really allows us to delve deep into strategic issues that we are facing as much as possible, in a way that looks toward the future as well. I would like to try and remain in my own area of work, in the defense area. I wanted to say a few words about the economic situation, but after Professor Melnik's presentation, perhaps I should speak less of that, even less than I thought. But I wanted to begin with something that is strategic in general, but I think it is understood, and it would be best if we reminded ourselves of it. Guess what? Wars have not yet ended. We are still engaging in wars. There are those who wrote in the past that there was a culture clash, and there were all sorts of other events, and all of a sudden there are wars. We are currently in a situation whereby all the countries around the world, particularly Europe and the NATO member states, are realizing that this statement that wars can happen is actually true. The war in Ukraine is a regional one. However, it creates global impact, especially between different blocs. We see that it brings about the strengthening and cohesion of NATO and other countries who are seeing the fruit of the labor they have invested in their defense. We see China being positioned within this image, and we see the relations between Russia and Iran in the area nearer us. And as was mentioned in the presentation, it really is bringing with it direct effect on global economy, to the point that it is possibly destabilizing the current situation in various countries because of the soaring prices of energy and commodities, chains of supply. and various other economic and financial long-term effects that are due to the structure of the economy can ultimately impact global economies. But we are Israeli, and I would like, with your permission, to talk about where it actually affects us. And I would like to begin by saying that in the context of the Russo-Ukrainian war, our policy must be in the place that is right in terms of our values, but also in terms of our strategy. Both values and strategy, because that's what's happening. There's this famous song written by Naomi Shemer, The City in Grey, which I think she quotes one of our sources of prayer. Ashivech al knaf nesher al gabe ananim, which means I will bring you back on the wings of a dove and the wings of an eagle. And when I look at this line, using this image of the wings of the eagles, it says that we now actually have the opportunity to really be a national home for the Jews of the world, to really realize this Zionist vision. And Penina told us more than 20,000 immigrants have come from Ukraine, Russia, and Belarus in the last 3 months, and to also give a home to refugees who need temporary refuge. And we are morally and supportive of the Ukraine. We provide them with humanitarian aid, which is of high cost. We also support them with equipment that is not offensive, and it aligns with our considerations, the regional considerations, defense considerations, and also as an anchor of our stability. It's true. It's the right thing to do, to also clearly determine that this bad war should end. And therefore, I see it as great importance to try to mediate and to have Prime Minister Bennett try to convey messages between the various actors in this war. And if I, with your permission, may add another lesson that we have learned, which is natural and right and true. It is always very important to remember that the strategic lesson, which is very clear and very important, is that no one can fight for us. And we must remember that we need to be able to do so on our own, facing any arena in any situation. It sounds obvious, but some people think that the world can work itself out otherwise, and it turns out that it doesn't. And everyone is willing to fight for and wait for others to help us, but we can't do that. We can't wait for others to help. Let's go down to the operative military level. At present, there are several insights we can learn from this war. However, again, as Israelis, we must learn it very cautiously, and we must project correctly and professionally onto the arenas in our region, because every such arena, every such theater has its own characteristics. And again, something that sounds natural and obvious: no war, not even in this technological age, even when there are huge gaps in primary initial power between the parties involved, is not a walk in the park. War is something very difficult, very harsh, with high conflict, with high prices. It's something that you need to take very seriously. There is great vivacity, and it's there's a great need, a dire need, to find out exactly what the goals and objectives of the war are before waging it. And we need to ensure that everyone is on the same page, everyone understands the same, because what the political echelon is thinking should be the same as what the strategic and operative echelons think. There needs to be a correlation between all levels that can be measured and checked. Otherwise, great disappointments could happen, or things could take longer. And I would now like to digress for a moment. Next month, we will be marking 40 years to the First Lebanon War. And again, I want to go back. We need to make sure that we know what is right to do, what is possible to do, what the objectives are, and how to exit. And we shouldn't be ending a war 18 or 22 years later. And again, I'm talking now about Ukraine and what's Russia doing with its own military forces. But I'm just using my own analogy. And this thinking process has to be carried out by an open discussion between the different echelons and levels, and it needs to be done by using exercise and analysis in order to find out what the political level wants. And that's what we're doing. For the last month, we have had chariots of fire exercise, and we're doing this. We're carrying this process out from top to bottom, just to make sure that we know where we are. Another point is that when we go back to war, it is important to understand that in this campaign in Ukraine, the rate of progress and fighting is slower than the economic impact around the world of this war. Would anyone have thought that there would be a blitzkrieg and by the time the system would wake up, it would be behind us? That did not happen. The fighting continues, and the economic impact is well felt, and it is felt more rapidly than the progress made during the war itself. Another point that we should be noticing, and is also known, is the magnitude or the effectiveness of the war over hearts and minds, and the weak and its impact, its ability to garner support. This can also impact us here in Israel and must be taken into account as part of the theory of war and as part of the considerations before we use force. Another phenomenon that is important, but it's also well known, is that fighting allows us to reinforce deterrence, but it is not sufficient in order to make a decisive step in the system. And if we want to make a decisive step, we must understand that it can only be done if we do it multidimensionally, on land, in air, at sea, and to do so using accurate intelligence. This capacity, this ability to take these moves requires high prices in use of force, because we cannot achieve greatness with low prices, and also in terms of the force build-up that needs to be done beforehand, because while you're in war, it's difficult to do. And that requires a lot of investments. Alongside the importance of deterrence and decisive action, we also need to take into account the force of defense and the importance of functional continuity on the national, civil, and military levels, because the system needs to function. I came in the middle of Professor Melnick's presentation, and I'm sorry I couldn't hear the whole thing. But another lesson that we should learn is also to use economic, financial, political force, if needed, also military force, as early as possible, and perhaps by doing so to prevent broader fighting, broader campaign moves. And I think that is true also for the situation we're currently in with Iran. Israel is preparing in this context for several scenarios, both in force build-up and in continuing negotiating and intimate talks with our leading partners headed by the United States. The price of this future war, that we hope will never happen, can be minimized, can be reduced by applying pressure throughout the world with collaboration internationally and regionally. In the Iranian context, I must determine that the prices for coping with the Iranian threat on the global and regional levels today are higher than they were a year ago and lower than they will be in a year's time. As you can see, Iran is breaching the agreement with the great powers and is continuing to develop its nuclear program. Iran continues to accumulate knowledge and experience that are irreversible in research, production, and operation of advanced centrifuges. It is just weeks away in terms of having enough fissile material in order to have a bomb. It has 60 kilograms of enriched material that is 60%. It is creating uranium, and it is not allowing the IAEA to have access to its facilities. And at present, Iran continues to make an effort to have another 1,000 IR-6 advanced centrifuges in its nuclear facilities, including new facilities that are currently being built in subterranean facilities. It is also while it's establishing itself in nuclear, Iran is also expanding its offensive attacks in the region. They are attacking oil reserves, airports, and civil facilities, and it is actually the one that is directing the Quds forces in the region. It has operations with various cruise missiles and surface-to-surface missiles and can reach very long ranges. The amount of weapons that its proxies has in the region has grown significantly over the last 12 months. In Iraq, there are hundreds of weapons. Many of them have been added this year. In Yemen, over the last year, the amount of weapon has grown, and the Houthis have possession of them. And in Syria, right now, there are attempts to also to pass on the weapons and also to manufacture them. Israel is doing its best to stop this process in order to prevent a threat to its citizens. And if you want to see an example of the use of the arsenal of weapons that I have just mentioned, we can go back to February 22nd. During that February 2022, during that month, we had Iranian forces trying to target Israel. They had parachutes attached to them. They wanted to have them parachuted into the Gaza Strip or into the West Bank in order to use them to transport weapons. These UAVs were taken down in Lebanese on Lebanese soil, and we have all the abilities to defend ourselves. It is a global and regional interest, and Israel will continue to develop its capabilities and to make sure it does everything in its power to remain stable. We will do so together with the region and countries in the region, together with CENTCOM and the US Army, that are doing as much as they can in order to synchronize these systems in the entire area. And I am happy that our new friends in the Middle East, under these unfortunate circumstances, are collaborating with us, which is very important to have regional collaboration. To sum up the Iranian aspect, I would like to go back and emphasize that in order to prevent the price of a future war with Iran, and God forbid, should it have a nuclear umbrella as well, the entire world, led by the United States, should actively pursue and preserve stability, not allow these programs to progress and to stop offensiveness wherever possible. The implications of the war in Ukraine and the implications of Iran and its regional activity will be discussed tomorrow when I go to the United States, and I will discuss that with the Secretary of Defense as much as possible to coordinate ourselves with them. Finally, but not last in terms of importance, it is important to say that these challenges are encountered when we are also in the midst of a local terror surge. We are in an era in which we have to cope with terrorism, a series of terror attacks that are based on sensitivity to Temple Mount and to Jerusalem, where it's important to underscore that Israel is maintaining status quo and everyone's freedom to religious activities. And we hear incitement from terror organizations that is being absorbed by individuals who carry out lone wolf terror attacks. And the regional leaders should also want to preserve stability. Israel is actively and determinedly using its intelligence with offensive actions that are as focused as possible and strengthens its defense systems on the borders and around Israel. We must say honestly that even though we cannot always thwart in advance these lone wolf terror attacks, the outcomes of our offensive actions are broad. We have arrests. We also use political and financial means. In recent days, several attacks have been thwarted thanks to citizens who were determined and alert, as well as the security forces. We will continue to do everything in our power to curb this surge in all means available to us and according to the operational need. I would like to underscore that alongside fighting terror, we also try as best we can to differentiate between these terrorists and these civilians, and we will continue to do so. That is true in terms of our values. It is true also in terms of our operations and strategy. It is the right thing to do. To conclude, I would like to say that Israel has had a lot of experience with these defense challenges and terror, even before it was established as a state from the dawn of time. On the one hand, it has always held a weapon because it had to in terms of defending itself, but on the other hand, it would always willing to reach out for peace. We have been victorious, and we have done so by combining several attempts and several efforts. The effort of defense, continuing to build up our force in view of future challenges and using force wherever needed to grapple with present challenges. We are also building the land, which is a completely different talk, but it is needed, and it is something that we need to do. We need to reinforce and strengthen our economy. We need to strengthen the southern parts of Israel, the northern parts of Israel, to make sure that the rule of law is above all and we have governance in place. And no less important is to find the way towards a peace process and towards strengthening our relations with our neighbors, and to do that while being willing to make an effort to minimize the conflict and to strive for political arrangements with the Palestinians, even though it seems like a distant option. It is required. For every challenge that we face, we are not alone. Throughout history, nothing will stop this Zionist enterprise, which stems first and foremost from Israel's resilience and Israeli society's resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Minister of Defense, Mr. Benny Gantz. We heard about how Israel is at historical crossroads with the possibility of a new nuclear agreement. The first session this morning will talk about opportunities and threats in the Middle East, and I am honored to introduce Professor Meir Litvak from the Alliance Center for Iranian Studies, Dr. Moshe Albo, Senior Researcher at the Institute of Policy and Strategy here at Reichman University, and Mr. Jackie Hulgi from the IDF radio station. And moderator of this session will be Moav Vardi, a colleague and friend and Chief International Correspondent on Kan 11. Good morning. I'm very happy to be here today. The topic of the first session, as Sharon said, is opportunities and threats in the Middle East. And I think we can talk about the opportunities and risks. And this is an opportunity to say significant things. And the risk is the clock that is running. We have exactly 24 minutes and 14 seconds, and the risk is that Mr. Amos Gilad will get up and kick us off the stage after 25 minutes. So this is an opportunity and a threat, so let's try to balance the two. It seems that the substantial change is happening on a very significant level here in our neighborhood as the new world order changes the threats. I'm sure many of the people here in this room we've spent most of our lives. I was in the intelligence corps until 96, 97, and the main issue was the alert about war with Syria. And that was the focus. The resources in Israel were invested in the intelligence world in Israel was to alert of a potential war with Syria with enough time, far enough in advance to recruit the military reserves. And who talked about Iran at the time? And now Iran is the attributed threat that defines policy here and in many places around the world. And maybe this is the starting point for this discussion. What opportunities does this situation present for Israel, in which the Arab countries have dropped from the from the highest risk to potential partners for normalization and cooperation with Israel? And what do we do with Iran, who was always considered a more distant threat, but is now the most significant one, as the Minister of Defense said just a few minutes ago? So I would like to start with you, Moshe Albo, Senior Researcher here at IPS at Reichman University. How do you see this situation from the perspective of the most influential factor on the global order, from the political and national perspective here in Israel, and what challenges does this pose for Israel? I think that there are several significant factors that are shaping the situation. And to continue the fascinating economic lecture that we began with today, the President of Egypt and the King of Jordan, the first thing that they do is that they look at the economic data, and they look at the nutritional safety and the supply chain of products that they have to supply the civilians, and he realizes that the tsunami is something that has to be contended with. And the second factor is, from the geopolitical perspective, the Iranian measures that are undermining stability in the region are increasing, and the U.S., which was always something that supported us, that was something that gave them security, that backed them, is something that's cracking in the Gulf, in the Gulf region, from their perspective, the attacks there, and also the priorities in Washington on the international perspective and how that's reflected in U.S. investments in the region. And this is causing different processes. The first one is to stabilize the regimes in the area. And also with regard to Israel, there is the security aspects, but also for the first time, there's a focus on the economic aspect as well. And we are seeing significant processes that have developed over the last year or two of opening economic channels in places that didn't exist beforehand. So you're saying that the defining event, the main aspect, contributing factor was the lower U.S. profile in the region. It's no longer at the top of the U.S. priority. U.S. is focusing maybe on China and Russia and coping with the outcome of the pandemic. So it might be so maybe we can say that it's a good thing that the U.S. is losing interest. Netanyahu, and soon we'll talk about the advantages and disadvantages of his policy regarding Iran. We know that he was one of the greatest critics of the agreement. But he said that the only good thing that came out of it is the like-mindedness that was created between Israel and the Arab countries. And that's a reflection of the U.S. withdrawal from the region, because the U.S. prefers diplomacy over boots on the ground. So maybe it's good that the U.S. is pulling back a little bit and giving the Arab countries the sense that they can't count on the U.S. defense anymore, and they have to be more dependent on Israel. Dennis Ross wrote not long ago that there are strategic implications to harming the United States if Iranian proxies are attacking U.S. interests. This drop in confidence has significant implications for the region, and that's why we see today, and we saw yesterday. During the visit in the UAE, we saw the large U.S. delegation that came to renew the strategic relationship with the countries and bridge the gaps that have been formed. From the Israel perspective, it is in Israel's best interest that the U.S. strength remains present in the region, because it gives leverage to Israel as well and has a value that is constantly increasing. So we don't have to look at it as something black or white, because in the dangerous scenario in which the regional countries change their supporters significantly and turn towards Russia or China, this will have implications for the long term for Israel and for Israel's strategy. I don't know if you believe in God, but in this case, God is time. So very briefly, because I have to move on, can you tell me the U.S. lowering its profile in the region? This was triggered not only by the current president, but this is something that this is a change that has been developing in U.S. society over the last years. Is there a way to preserve force, or the sense of force or deterrent of the U.S. force in the region without them paying the price that they'll have to pay? Because you're saying that they have to demonstrate power, but they don't want to lose soldiers here. So when Trump loses a drone, they don't respond. He doesn't demand a military response because they don't want to be drawn into an endless war. So do you have something that you can tell them, a recommendation for how they could avoid entering a war like in Vietnam, while also supporting the Arab countries and maintaining their force? I don't think they need us. They're smart enough and they have a very strong security apparatus there. The U.S. influence is not only military. The U.S. is a superpower that can provide military and economic support and help guarantee the nutritional security, and its ability to demonstrate force is not only from the military's perspective, it has other opportunities as well, and it is using them. We already see efforts to increase the U.S. footprint in the region through financial assistance and weapon supply. Also, with regard to preserving U.S. deterrence, we saw the attacks about 2 weeks ago that was attributed to the United States, and the U.S. has to exercise more force when it and its allies are attacked in order to maintain its deterrence without entering an all-out war, which it is not interested in, because its focus now is on China, Russia, and North Korea. Thank you very much, and hello, Professor Litvak. Your specialty is Iran, and the Minister of Defense spoke at length about this topic. The common assumption among many is that Trump's withdrawal from the nuclear agreement had good intentions, and it helped Iran. From the perspectives that the Ministry of Defense presented, it brought it closer to the brink of nuclear power. So do you think in the current situation, as you see it, in Vienna, there are deliberations about whether to sign an agreement with Iran or not. Do you think that an agreement, from your understanding of the Iranian regime, will an agreement like that help keep Iran at a safe distance from a nuclear bomb, assuming that they're already quite close and you can't turn back time, and that what they already have will not be taken away from them? Maybe the current situation in which we're not committed to anything, we can continue to attack and put pressure on Iran and continue to blow up centrifuges in Natanz without an agreement. I don't think what you said is a popular opinion. I think it's a very unpopular opinion. In Israel, the popular opinion is that the lack of the agreement is better for Israel, but I tend to disagree. I think that no matter how bad the agreement was, it gave us time. It slowed down the Iranians. But for the long distance, it serves our interests. You think that the majority in Israel, majority of Israelis support Trump's withdrawal? I thought that there was a consensus about the alternative. I think that no matter how bad the agreement was, it was better than no agreement. Iran kept up its side of the agreement, at least for most of the time. So as horrific as the Iranian regime is, I don't think that Iran really wants a bomb. I think that from the Iranian perspective, it wants to be on the brink of a nuclear bomb. Isn't that the way it is right now? Yes, but it could always be worse. On the threshold, on the brink, that could be a year away or 2 weeks away. The Japanese are a month away from developing a nuclear bomb if they want to, but they're not interested. And there's a difference. It's better for us for that gap to be as large as possible, to be as far away as possible. And an agreement could be better, could improve the situation. I'm not a strategist, but Israel, with all the efforts it has made, and the efforts were very important, it was not able to stop the Iranian development, maybe slow it down, but we haven't been able to stop it. Let me ask you a question. Has Israeli activity during Olmert, Sharon, and Dagan, efforts were made to assassinate scientists and foreign press, and keeping everything in the foreign press, and later Netanyahu and Yossi Cohen, they prevented centrifuges from being able to operate in Natanz, and other efforts that have been made in the last few months, that slowing them down or keeping them at a distance from assembling the gun, maybe that's what is necessary. Didn't those efforts prevent Iran from becoming nuclear? I don't think so. I think that it is an Iranian decision, that it is in Iran's best interest not to build a nuclear bomb at this time. I am not underestimating Iran. It is horrible, and its top priority is to destroy us. But I think that at this stage, the Iranian regime has not decided to build a nuclear bomb. And we have to take into account that our efforts may push them towards choosing to create a bomb. There are two other issues that I want to talk about in the context of Iran. It's true that Iran is a very aggressive and active negative player in the Middle East, but we also have to look at the problems that Iran is suffering from in the Middle East that can serve us, not only its rapprochement with the Sunni countries, which is good, but also the problems that it's encountering with its Shiite allies. Iraq is becoming very more critical of Iran. Although it is a failing and backwards country, it is still opposing Iran. In Lebanon, there's this discomfort with Iranian involvement, and efforts are being made to prevent Iran from taking action there, and this has implications for Israel. I think that Israel should try to work in Iraq to to collaborate with parties, with people in Iraq that see Iran as more dangerous than Israel. In the Iraqi parliament, a bill was passed following the developments with the Kurdish region. There was a bill that was passed in the Iraqi parliament that prohibits any type of negotiations with Israel. I think that we can work with Iraq, with certain forces in Iraq, just to cause harm to Iran. And another point that I want to emphasize is that there are processes inside Iran that are working against the regime and will weaken Iran for the long term. And in addition, there is a significant economic crisis. Just yesterday, I saw data that said that inflation in Iran was 735% in the last 10 years, which is an incredible figure. Iran has very challenging demographic developments that have put challenges upon Iran that are very severe. It is facing an acute water crisis that will get even worse over the next few years and put the regime threaten the very existence of the regime. These policies are working against Iran and in favor of Israel for the long term. So a reasonable Israeli policy, I'm not saying to sit back and do nothing or to trust in the goodwill of the Iranians or the Iraqis. I think that we have to be alert, but I think that the time is in our favor. So it has to be in our interest to take action in a intelligent way, to buy time, not avoid direct hostilities, because time is working against the regime and against Iran. The question is the quantitative threat, will it become a more fundamental threat? These sanctions are what brought Khamenei to the negotiations table in 2013 and brought him to the historical compromise in 2015 that enabled the agreement during that year. But so far, we have not seen that all of the efforts for maximum pressure and uprisings in Iran, not in 2019, and all the demonstrations from 2017 until today, did not bring the regime to decide between its survivability and abandoning the nuclear program. Why do you think that'll change in the future? Why do you think all of the parameters that you mentioned will accumulate into critical mass that will impact the regime and change its policy? The Iranian regime will not become pacifist. No, I needed to say that will abandon the nuclear program. That will never happen. That's not something that's going to happen. We have to be realistic. Working to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear bomb, I think they're striving for the capability, not for the bomb itself, and we have to make sure not to push them to strive to develop a bomb. And I think that is something that will encourage them to join negotiations. Iran will not abandon its efforts to develop nuclear power because it has regional imperial goals and because it's an aggressive regime. When the Iranians look at the world around them, they realize that their understanding is that you don't have nuclear deterrence, then they have nothing. Look at Ukraine, look at North Korea. But I have a question for you. Those who object to the agreement say the following. They say, at every given moment, you're right, the agreement kept it further away from obtaining a nuclear bomb. But it's like someone who's jumping off the 50th floor, and at floor 23, you ask him how he's doing. He says everything's okay. What about the sanctions? I'll try to represent those who object to the agreement for the purpose of this conversation. When the agreement expired, then Iran would receive authorization, official permission to develop nuclear energy, and which it hadn't done for the last 15 years. The question is, what would have happened when the agreement expired? We reached this point now, not in 2025. And even after the agreement would have expired and the sanctions would be revoked, it doesn't allow Iran to do everything it wanted. There are still limitations on Iran. Politics is not deciding between good and bad, between what I want in life and what reality is. Politics is, in many cases, choosing between the bad and the worst. And they're saying that the worst is to to abandon the agreement and let them do whatever they want. I disagree. I think that an agreement, with all its problems, the reality was less problematic than it is now without an agreement in which Iran can do whatever it wants. And we have to remember something else. The international arena, we talked about the withdrawal of the U.S. from the agreement. China and Russia did not support the U.S. efforts policy of putting pressure on Iran on the one hand, but on the other hand, I don't think that either China or Russia want Iran to be a nuclear power, and I think Iran is aware of that. And I also think that Iran is aware that if they obtain nuclear weapons, it will cause a weaponization race in the region. Turkey and maybe even Egypt may become nuclear, and that is not good for Iran. So as horrible as the regime is, it is not crazy, it is rational. And I think that this is something that will deter Iran. It's not ideal. It would be best if Iran didn't have those capabilities, but that is a given at this time. And I think that the discussions, the dialogue we had so far was not helpful. There were the tactical efforts. Did they make a strategic difference? I don't think so. And I think that we need a policy that we can't underestimate the Iranian threat, but the approach of attack, of using extensive force, I'm not sure that that would be effective for Israel. My microphone, our correspondent from Con 1, correspondent for Arab issues. We heard before about different threats that we face, and one is related to the security in the land of Israel. He said the last threat that was mentioned, maybe not the least important, but it was still the last one mentioned, and it seems that the Copernic revolution puts Israel at the forefront of the battle. Part of the process was breaking the paradigm of the Arab countries that said that they would not normalize relations with Israel. That connection was broken, and they said that they would no longer be willing to risk their political and economic situation for Abu Mazen and the objection goals, policies. And this put the Palestinian issue deep into the drawers, and it seems that now we can we can start snacking together and sit back and relax. I don't think it was put in the drawer. I think that we see all the threats, everything that's been happening the last few weeks. But the rapprochement between Arab countries and Israel is certainly positive, but it's very active. It's reflected in daily aspects. We see critics that come and go. This is something that we could have only dreamed of 2 or 3 years ago. But in the Palestinian context, there are developments that are happening all the time, and it's passive. It's not something we can see. It's very difficult to put your finger on it. You only see the dangerous implications. And my friends, my colleagues, and I see these demonstrations as becoming more and more severe. What type of developments are you talking about? Just a short overview of where the Palestinians try to describe their experience. Just over the last few years, they lost most of their political and non-political and diplomatic and non-diplomatic assets. When we talk about the Abraham Accords, that's the last thing that happened. But beforehand, they were divided. It wasn't us that divided them, but from their perspective, it is a significant problem. They saw or experienced the distancing of the U.S., as you mentioned before. Moshe mentioned it before. They saw how the U.S. authority as a mediator in the region and kind of a responsible adult in the region. Whenever Abu Mazen had problems with us, he would go and call the Americans and ask them to get involved. And they would always kind of work things out. But the Americans aren't interested anymore. From the Palestinian perspective, the responsible adult isn't in the area anymore. And Israel, the Israeli government, not only the government, the current government, the Netanyahu regime stopped negotiations, but now this government went even further. He said, we're not interested, it doesn't interest us, it doesn't interest the world. What's happening now is tactical dealings, different benefits in Gaza, in the Gaza Strip, and with the PA. We are always talking about governance and how valid it is. Look from the bottom. Look at the Palestinian citizen who looks at the lack of governance, who says the Jews, the Israelis aren't taking care of me. The PA is non-existent. Hamas is far away. Even if it's not far away, the civilian citizens in the Gaza Strip don't see Hamas as a regime that has any type of national vision. What does Hamas have to offer to the civilians and to citizens of the Gaza Strip? So the development, if we can summarize it just in a word, there is rivalry that is developing, but it has tactical implications, but it could develop into strategic problems with Palestinian citizens. Put the leaderships aside for now, but if we look at the Palestinian citizens, and it will be problematic. And over the last month, we saw the lone attacks that are no longer knife attacks. Now you have lone attackers, lone terrorists who enter Israeli cities. How do we cope with that? You could blame everyone for these things, Sinwar, Abu Mazen, anyone, but we're the ones who are coping with the problem. And that is a development. If you're asking me about developments or about what we're facing, then we are fortified. We have fortification, we have excellent agreements in the region, but the problem is inside our country. Look at the headlines in the Yediot Achronot today in Fachem. There are objections to an IDF exercise going on in Fachem because it's simulating the occupation of a city in Lebanon. So we're over time. We've used up our time, so just in a word, we have to end now. Okay, so we'll have to end with that. Thank you very much to all of our panelists. Thank you to you.
Thank you very much. What's so lovely about these sessions and presentations today is that there's nothing we can do. The clock is stopping us, but we could have heard so much more. So now we're going to have a fascinating conversation from the American perspective, which we haven't heard about so far, between the head of the IPS, Major General in Reserves Amos Gilad, who's hosting us here, and a very senior advisor to the President of the United States, Joe Biden, for international energy, who is a man who is very close to the President and is very well knowledgeable and familiar with everything that's happening in our region, in the Middle East, Iran, Israel. Mr. Amos Hochstein, let's watch that.
Hi Amos, how are you? Mr. Hochstein, Honorable Hochstein, the advisor to the President about international energy. We are very glad to host you for interview. We would like to begin by asking you where we are going with this crisis in Ukraine, especially now after this speech of Putin. Where are we going? What is the position of US and how you summarize the crisis for the time being? And please share with us some thoughts about the future.
Well, Amos, first of all, thank you for having me. It's great to continue to work with you and to be in touch with you. And from days in the Obama administration when you were in government and I left government, I came back. So it's good to really to continue to be with you and all you continue to contribute on the conversation on strategic and important security issues, and especially after being such a great linchpin between the U.S. and Israel on security matters. This is conflict that we are in, where for several weeks and months before the conflict started, as a reminder, the U.S. intelligence community had warned that this is where Putin was going. And that all of his and his ministers and general statements to the contrary were all, at the end of the day, proven to be lies at the time, because he was in fact preparing for an assault on a war that he is now engaged in, which was not provoked and had no reason to engage in this military operations, except for the fact that he just wanted to take over Ukraine. he had discussed matters such as the concern for NATO, a strong NATO. He did not want to see and wanted to divide the transatlantic alliance between the United States and Europe, wanted to weaken the European Union institutions. And where is he today? He underestimated the Ukrainian military, and most importantly, underestimated the will of the Ukrainian people to, including regular citizens, to fight against and not greet him as some kind of savior, but rather put their lives on the line and fight against him and repel his attack and assault on Ukraine, where he thought he would achieve that victory. So he lost militarily. NATO is stronger today than it has been in decades. The EU institutions have done a remarkable job in being able to do exactly what Russia and frankly the rest of the world thought that they wouldn't do, which is stay united and impose painful sanctions, even if they had a pain associated with them in Europe. And most importantly, the unity between the United States and Europe, and the United States and Europe, and the United States in the context of the G7. President Biden, from day one, wanted to have put a value on a global leadership that is united against Russia. And I think that has been the single most important element in the world standing up to the atrocities that Putin is committing there. And being willing to do wave after wave of sanctions, making clear that it is serious, it is long-term, and it will be lasting. So we're going to have to continue to support the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian military, to ensure that it has what it needs to defend itself against this assault. And we will have to continue to work together with the European Union and our allies in Asia and around the world to have a tough economic response to this war. So I see this as having two layers in parallel. One is the military side, the other is the economic. And they're right now operating in parallel and interconnected with each other. Russia, at the end of the day, has one leverage, and that is the energy sector. That is what it's been holding as a sword over the heads of several countries in Europe. That is what we are going to try to weaken and to diversify away from. But it will be part of the broader strategy that the U.S., Europe share in ensuring a joint and consistent battle plan against Russia's efforts.
How do you see the Iranian threat today? It seems to me, I'm not sure there will be agreement. So what is the scenario with agreement? What is the scenario with lack of agreement? And how we are proceeding dealing with the strategic Iranian threat from the American point of view? It's a very important issue for Israel.
Well, I don't want to get ahead of the president or ahead of others in the U.S. government and Rob Malley, who's our chief negotiator. But I think the most important thing to look at it as not to listen to whatever the headlines are saying from time to time, since the predictions in the headlines have been wrong and off. The president sees the threat of a nuclear Iran as a significant national security threat to Israel, to the region, to the world, to the United States, and has therefore been as committed to ensuring that Iran does not reach that level of becoming a nuclear state. We supported this administration, and President Biden, when he was vice president, supported the JCPOA agreement, believed that it was a tragic mistake to exit, especially exiting an agreement with nothing to replace it with except for sanctions. Unfortunately, sanctions have limits to them as well. And we know where Iran is today, increasing its capacities. Again, I look at things from the energy perspective and from how to ensure that Iran does not have the revenues and the cash flow to continue to to rebuild its economy, to have additional cash flow to support terrorist organizations around the region. And that's what we will continue to do. We continue to implement the sanctions. We have given the opportunities and been clear that if they wanted to come back to the table in a serious way for an agreement, again, without getting into those details, that is something that the administration wants to do. But President Biden has said not at all costs, and it has to be along the lines of what is important and consistent with national security concerns. But I'll let others in my government who are handling that issue on a day-to-day basis talk to you about those kinds of issues.
President Biden is expected to visit Israel. Of course, it's very important, strategically important. And how do you value the relationship between U.S. and Israel today, and what we need to expect from this visit?
Well, first, let's set the stage. President Biden has had a multi-decade relationship with Israel from his decades of work as a United States Senator from the 1970s onwards in some of the most critical times in Israel's security history, and has always been a big supporter of standing by Israel when it needs the support of the United States, especially on national security issues. That has been true from the day he entered the Senate, from his first visit to Israel that he has talked so much about, until today as president. And I've traveled to Israel with him when he was Vice President Biden, and I'm pleased that he is going to be going as President Biden. I think that the relationship between Israel and the United States continues to increase, continues to expand its reach, not only as this remarkable relationship really between two countries that are so far away from each other, but see the world in similar ways, share a lot of values. And at the end of the day, for President Biden, the values are the basis of the relationship and the importance of it, and it stems from that, the shared sense of values and shared history. And so I think for his visit now as president comes to assure the people of Israel and the United States of the continuation of that relationship on security, on strategic issues, on regional matters, as we are in historic times of Israel creating relationships with its neighbors and wanting to expand that, but also there's remarkable economic ties between our countries that need to be continued to expand into new realms of technology, new realms of economic activity in areas that are also as strategically important as we get into a much more dangerous and volatile global economy over the next several years, with a change in the direction of with the rise of China, with what's happening in Russia now. These are going to generate enormous change in the global economy, and that Israel and the United States need to continue to focus on those areas as well as the strategic and regional ones.
Mr. Amos Hochstein, thank you very much for sharing with us your qualitative thoughts. As usual, I enjoyed it very much, and I would like to thank you, and I hope to see you soon. Thank you very much, and take this opportunity to thank you for all our friendship and partnership for a long time. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
טוב, אנחנו נשארים בנושא האיראני, לקראת ביקורו של נשיא ארצות הברית, ביידן, על רקע ההסכם הגרעין המתהווה עם איראן, בשאלה האם אנחנו נמצאים בקפיצת מדרגה בעימות עם איראן. הנושא הזה יעסוק המושב הבא שלנו. אני שמחה להזמין את אלוף במילואים אמיר אשל, מנכ"ל משרד הביטחון ומפקד חיל האוויר כמובן לשעבר, את האלוף במילואים גיורא איילנד, ראש המל"ל לשעבר, את גדעון פרנק, ראש הוועדה לאנרגיה אטומית לשעבר, ואת מנחה המושב דוקטור רונן ברגמן, עיתונאי ידיעות אחרונות ו-The New York Times.
National Security Correspondent of The New York Times and ידיעות אחרונות. I was told that we have 25 minutes. I just sat down and it says 22 minutes 40. So please correct that. That's not right. And I'm going to go overboard anyway. I think that all of us here are not former soldiers of, but as soon as General Reserves Amos Gilad calls you, you immediately come. And some of you maybe thought this morning, oh no, why did I do that? Why did I say yes? But when Amos asks you to speak, and he asked us to speak about this topic, which I always think is relevant. I remember that Iran was supposed to sign one of the nuclear agreements, and the editor on the Yediot Ahronot desk, it was back in 2006, called me up and said, that's it, you're not going to have any more work anymore. But I told her, I think the Iranians will be okay, and they'll make sure we'll have a lot of work to cover. I think it's just getting worse, actually. But just a little bit about Ukraine for a minute. Until 3 months ago, I would say that in response to the question, when will the war begin between Israel and Iran, I would have said, look, wars in the 21st century are not done with long rows of tanks that are, occupying areas. Now it's a war of shadows, and the war of shadows between Israel and Iran has begun a long time ago. And I think that in the Middle East, wars are different these days, and we don't use tanks in order to conquer land. But within this world, this realm, where the Iranian nuclear threat is growing, with Israel targeted in particular, I would like to address these distinguished session members, and I hope that we'll manage to speak without having to kill all of you afterwards. And I would like to go back to those moments that, as published in international media, where Israel, and again we're talking about attacking, was perhaps close to striking Iran between 2010 and 2012. Major General in Reserves Amir Eshel, could you please describe to me that moment in time when you, as one of the Israel's commander of Air Force, you were not the Air Force commander yet, but that moment when you thought that Israel was about to strike, or perhaps maybe it was just one of those PR stunts. We were just trying to frighten everyone, as Netanyahu and Barak often did. Well, I'm not here as a photo finish camera to say how close it was. I saw in the media a lot of statements about how close we were to doing that. I think that when it's time for you to be responsible, you don't talk about such assessments. You build the capability, you build the force, because you need to assume that you'll need to use it. And then you do whatever you can in order to make that force relevant on D-Day. And that's what we were engaged in for many years. And I took part in that. I was also the head of the planning division, also I was the commander of the Israeli Air Force, and I think that the more crucial years surrounding this moment was about 10, 12 years ago, between 9 and 12 years ago. That's pretty much the range of the crucial years, and I can tell you one thing. We're not men of theory. We are practical people. We engage in capabilities, not in gambling and bets. And as far as I can say, during those years, there was the capability. We had the capability. It was built over time, and it was suitable for that time and era, but it was not acted upon. When you say capability, we recently heard an interview with the future, actually he is already the IAF commander, and he told the Yediot Ahronot in an interview that no way will I go to Iran and not carry out this mission. What does it mean to carry it out? What does it mean to succeed? I will say very clearly that these are professional, long processes during which we look at the threat, we look at the achievement, the goal we want to achieve, we look at the capabilities, we build those capabilities in order to meet the required challenge, and then we estimate the achievement. And ultimately, this was a long discourse, a long dialogue in the IDF together with the political echelon for a long time, and ultimately the decision was not made to use this force. And I am saying that now because I was responsible at the time. The force then was relevant. It could have reached the objective. It was not used for one reason, as far as I understood. We always knew that the military option would be the last one, And in order to use it, you also need to have strategic conditions met. And these strategic conditions, as far as I understood, were not met. And that's why this decision was not made. And it's not because you, as I was once told by the Minister of Defense, then Barak, said that the heads of the IDF were worried about the Second Lebanon War traumas, that a war with Hezbollah will begin and you will not know how to reduce its ability to fire, and then the head of the military echelon they'll be beheaded? No. The Iranian threat was considered very big, and I don't think that the IDF had a problem understanding the severity of the challenge and the threat, and perhaps because of this attack there may have been implications. We were all aware of that. It was clear to us all. I had read that, but you objected to this strike. Well, we were accused of being cowards. I don't want to address those kind of allegations. Around the table are very serious people who understand a lot about the use of force and are responsible for it and are accountable for it and also for its outcomes. And I don't think I ever saw cowards there. And when you look at the full picture from the operative tactical capability to the strategic level, I can say once again the operative capability was there. We had it. But I think the strategic conditions were not met. And now in terms of readiness, it's not that this capability was just set aside and it disappeared. I can say very clearly that the IDF continues and will continue and has continued since to build its capabilities. Of course, the other side, it's not like it stood still. It also made some progress, and therefore we need to adjust ourselves. We need to make progress and advance. And I can say very clearly that currently the capability to take action in Iran is there. It has not disappeared. It is there. But the other side is posing many challenges, and that is a known fact. Since this government has been set up, there has been a change, and greater emphasis has been placed, including the allocation of resources to force build-up, greater massive forces, more significant and relevant forces. And it's a correlation with the current threat, and we are already in it. He's talking about the current government, and it sounds like you said like the previous government did not do that, and actually Netanyahu has been accused of not having approved the jets in time and so on. I don't want to go into this area or another. We have a diverse or a wide range of capabilities in order to really create the operative ability to achieve this goal. And it's not just Iranian nuclear. It is certainly grappling system-wide with these challenges, and this war will be broad. It will be regional. And you said before that the strategic conditions were not met. Let's say tomorrow morning the intelligence comes, the most reliable sources tell us that Iranian is breaking toward nuclear. What should be the strategic conditions for Israel to attack? I cannot specify. You're not going to answer me, are you? I am answering. I'm not sure that's what you want to hear. Strategic conditions have to be examined in context, its interests. It is a combination of, let's say, points that ultimately you say this action will achieve the objective it intends to achieve at a price that we're willing to pay, and how do you also get out of it afterwards and exit it afterwards. You have to think before you act, and that's something you need to examine. And since I don't see it happening tomorrow morning, we have to build the capabilities. We have to strengthen. I'm not saying build, we're actually reinforcing our capability to carry out what needs to be carried out. And it's a very broad spectrum of needs, and to do so in the event that the defense establishment will be required to do that, the IDF. I wanted to ask you what's in your bag and why you're not letting go of it. It's, of course, the key to the submarine. Major General in Reserves Giora Island, could you please sum up for us, if you can, in a sentence or two? What is the conflict? What is the Iranian threat? And as far as Israel is concerned, what are the things about Iran's conduct that we should be most worried about? And just briefly about what Amir has said. In September 2012, Prime Minister Netanyahu then thought And there was logic in his thinking then that for two reasons, this is the window of opportunity for Israel to attack. The first, in terms of the relations of force, it's not just what we can do, but what they are. And because the Iranians had less of defense in place, and in terms of their aerial defense as well, and we had greater capabilities, he thought that militarily this would be a good opportunity to take action, but also politically, he thought September 2012, 2 months before the US elections, politically it would also be the right window of opportunity, because if Israel were to strike Iran, if Iran will do nothing, that would be great. And if Iran would retaliate, then 2 months before the elections in the United States, even if the United States won't like it, it would require it to take action. But that was 10 years ago. So let's move on to the reality. The Americans were also worried that that's exactly what Netanyahu was about to do. And they imagined Israel, and they also saw Israeli UAVs in Iranian skies, and they stopped it. Okay, let's not talk about history. Let's talk about what's happening now. In Israel's conduct with Iran, there is currently a conflict, a confrontation. It's not theoretical. It is happening. It is of a low tone. It is usually quite clandestine and quite secret. But there is a tension there that could also erupt, and it could erupt, I would say, in 3.5 arenas, and there's another point on the Gulf that I was going to talk about as well. So what are these 3.5 arenas? One is Lebanon. Ultimately, Iran controls Hezbollah. Hezbollah, to a certain extent, controls Lebanon, despite the disappointing outcomes of elections there as far as Hezbollah is concerned. Hezbollah's military capabilities, we will not specify them here, are remarkable, and therefore it is the most concrete, immediate military threat posed to Israel. In terms of their ability to take action, they don't need much in order for that to happen. And the main question is not just what is this threat, but what are we doing? And one of the things that we are not so good at is to use political levers. And I'm saying that very briefly because I'm also looking at the clock here. But Lebanon, as was mentioned before, is in a severe economic and humanitarian crisis that is exacerbating, getting worse. It's not just electricity, just 4 hours a day. It's not just a shortage of product and ATMs not working. It's a real risk of famine, of hunger, of not having enough fuel. And the Israel Monetary Fund and the World Monetary Fund, International Monetary Fund in the United States and Europe are always trying to help, but they want reforms. They want economic reforms in Lebanon, but they're also requiring Lebanon to have less Hezbollah capabilities. And there are many ideas as to which areas. And Hezbollah, I must remind you that it's not ISIS, it's not Al-Qaeda, it's not one of those terror organizations that is completely disconnected from the reality and the local politics in which it is living. As far as it's concerned, it is defending Lebanon. It is the political force in Lebanon. It is less popular now. And if France, the United States, the IMF, World Bank will say to Lebanon, whoever Lebanon is in terms of the capability to govern itself, but if they were to say that this is a point that is a condition, a precondition for any aid, and that is for Hezbollah to give up several capabilities, great pressure will be exerted, and that's not something that we're doing well enough. And another thing that I have to say here, and I really want to commend the Israeli leadership, is the Iranian attempt to entrench itself in Syria. And I think the Israeli policy here is not only the right one, but also there is great collaboration, wonderful alignment between the IDF and others, for instance, Russia, where you speak little, you do a lot quite effectively, and the reality on the ground right now in Syria is very different from what Qasem Soleimani and others thought it would be, because they meant at this stage, just like they have Hezbollah in Lebanon, to have a second Hezbollah in Syria, and thankfully Iran is far away from that. What is of concern, though, that Israel is enjoying a gap of interests between Russia and Iran, and the Russians are smiling every time we strike Iranian targets as long as we don't endanger Assad's regime. I don't know what's going to happen with Russia, of course, with everything that's happening in the Ukraine, and whether the Russians will have less of an impact in Syria, but if they will reduce their aggression or reduce their presence or what they could do in Syria, then obviously it will probably be Iran who will make use of that, and that will be, of course, against us. By the way, in 2005, after Rafik Hariri died in Lebanon, the world wanted the Syrian forces to leave Lebanon, and I remember there was a discussion headed by Sharon, and we said it's not good for us if Syrians will leave Lebanon, because if they leave, who's going to become stronger? The Iranians, and that's exactly what happened, and it's a lot like what's happening in Syria. And the third point I want to make is the Iranian capabilities to directly attack Israel. They don't want to do that right now, but as we've mentioned, and as the Minister of Defense said, they try every so often. They use UAVs and drones, and their capabilities in this area are remarkable. I'm not talking about Hezbollah, of course. I'm talking about Iranian capabilities, UAVs, drones, cruise missiles, whether it's from Iraq, whether it's from Yemen, whether it's from Iran itself. These capabilities are in place, they are available, and so a scenario that is perhaps unlikely, but it is not impossible, is that on some cloudy Saturday morning at 5 a.m., Israel will be targeted with 30 UAVs and cruise missiles. We have good intelligence, we have good defense systems, we'll be able to manage, but it is a threat, and it's very real, and if Israel will be attacked first, it will be in a completely different place. And it's not theoretical. The Iranians did that just 2 years ago in Saudi Arabia very successfully. So Israel is no Saudi Arabia, but the Iranian capabilities in this area that are constantly improving are certainly something that we are concerned about. And the other half threat is cyber. If we only have half the time, too. Okay, so cyber, it's not every time we hear of an attempt to have a cyber attack against systems. It's those who do cyber attacks offensively well, they plant the capability and they only use it at a later date. So all of our cyber capabilities, I'm worried that there is already an Iranian capability that is planted somewhere. And another final point I want to make, I want to talk a little bit about the Gulf. In reference to the last conversation we had, we assume, or we want to assume, we like to assume that Israel and the Sunni moderate state are all united against Iran, and that's why we have a front. But that's not necessarily so. I think that Saudi Arabia, particularly in the way that it is managed, and in the slightly cynical way of thinking of its leader, if it were to realize that the United States, as mentioned before, is physically withdrawing from, but is also not really backing up so much, and not really ensuring its support in the event of an Iranian strike, the Saudi Arabians may agree to an Iranian suggestion. They're going to say, you want oil sales to continue, you want commercial activity to carry on. So let's say the Iranians will say, leave the United States alone, leave Israel alone, we'll collaborate, we'll make sure you're able to continue with your commercial activities. And I'm not sure that Saudi Arabia will say no to that. So if we have the support of these countries against Iran, if we think that we have them on our side, I'm not sure that's true for the next few years. Okay, thank you very much. Gidon Frank, what should Israel do now? We keep hearing, and my colleague Muavardi said in the previous session that there are various actions that Israel is taking according to foreign media. So is that what we want? Overt attacks and strikes, as we heard from the Director General? We know that we're preparing. What should Israel do? I think that Iran getting nearer to becoming a nuclear state, even getting past the threshold, I think the practical outcome would be that they would be more daring also on the conventional side. So what should Israel do? What it's doing now very well in Syria. We should prepare for a much worse situation, because they will be much more daring, they'll be much bolder. Would there be a problem with Russia? We don't know. That's one thing we need to pay attention to. And the other question is whether the Iranians will cross the threshold is very, very complex. As I see it, it's not going to happen. They have two things to lose by that. First, by breaching the NPT, it would mean that their regime would become very similar to North Korea. Iran is not a regime that can continue in a North Korean kind of way. And if Iran would ever think it would have a nuclear weapon and would be able to use it, I'm not sure that's what they think. We need to look at what they think and to be very cautious in that respect. There are some other things that need to be done, and those things that need to be done are when Israel is not at the forefront, but they are more on the diplomatic, political aspect and side of things. I see several main things. First of all, we must explain that Iran that is becoming closer to nuclear is not just an Israeli problem. People talk about it, but we don't take any steps forward. If Iran will become nuclear or be near nuclear, there will be regional results or regional repercussions for Turkey, maybe Algeria. We mustn't forget that. If that were to happen, even if it just becomes near nuclear, if it won't cross the threshold yet, if that were to happen, there'll be potential for destabilization globally of the NPT. And that's very important to emphasize to powers that are a bit complacent about what's happening in Iran, such as China. China, if the NPT and its stability would be questioned, think of Taiwan. Taiwan had a military nuclear program that the United States stopped forcefully. Think about South Korea. South Korea had a military nuclear program that the United States stopped. Japan. Yes, Japan. We know that Japan is just a few steps away. We keep saying 3 months because according to the NPT, when you exit the NPT, you have to give 3 months. So it's not 3 months away from a bomb because they don't have a nuclear level. Yes. And Japan, by the way, says it every so often. I remember at least twice when the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Japan, before he resigned, said Japan should look into and revisit being a member of the NPT. So if you look at it from China's eyes, if the NPT is destabilized as a global regime, so you're saying that Israel should actually convince China or create ties with China so that China will be the one that will force Iran not to get there? Yes, but I don't think we should be at the forefront. Israel should do something, not at the forefront. I don't think we'll be able to do that if we are at the front, but to somehow make sure that progress is made in this area. And another important thing, and again, we shouldn't be at the forefront here. We should take action, but not at the forefront. Look, Iran is currently breaching. There are 5 breaches of the NPT, and the NPT is still valid. Iran is a member of the NPT, no matter what happens to JCPOA. They have 4 breaches and another violation from 2015 that was just set aside. That's part of the problem with the JCPOA. And in this regard, we have to take action. Look at what Gross, the Director General of the IAEA, is saying. We have an opportunity to continue to exert pressure on a country that is breaching the NPT, and it's not just an Israeli interest. And in these areas, I think that we're too quiet. Israel has struck twice nuclear projects of another country, once in Syria and once in Iraq. And I think that the lesson learned from both of these attacks was positive. Can we conclude from what happened there to what may happen in Iran if Israel should strike? The difference between these 2 targets is huge. First of all, the attack in both was completely justified. Let there be no doubt about that. As for what happened in Syria, once the reactor was demolished, nothing else happened. There's no other internal capability. So on the one hand, it created a huge intelligence surprise because you can't see the preparation. It suddenly becomes known and disclosed, and thank God we had the Mossad doing a good job. But once you destroyed it, you destroyed it. In Iran, it's a completely different story. excuse me, in Iraq it was completely different. The reactor being destroyed was justified, but about 2 years later, 2 years after the Iraqis had given up because they couldn't convince the French to build them a new reactor, they began a uranium enrichment program 2 years later. Thankfully, it was a very stupid program, never mind that, but they had made some progress, and they didn't get anything from Pakistan. They just got them ties to Europe, to Germany, to Switzerland, and they began a very serious program. In 1988, Israel, that knew about that, went to the United States and tried to convince the United States that there is a uranium enrichment program in place that needs to be dealt with, and the United States helped. And thankfully, they occupied Kuwait. Yes, because Iraq occupied Kuwait, it brought upon itself the supervision, and the program stopped. Okay, I refused to adhere to all these signs being shown to me that I'm out of time, so I'm going to carry on a little longer. The boss says I can. I think that I want to give you, just to ask you an identical question for all, one that is really at the core of what's happening now with Iran. Giora Island, do you think that given that a nuclear agreement is signed, let's say that tomorrow morning, right now they're in dispute, they're in disagreement, but one of the heads of the defense establishment said this agreement has already been signed by the Americans. They're just waiting for the Iranians to sign. They've already decided, so they're just waiting for the Iranians to sign. And the Iranians are now saying that the IRGC should be taken off of the terror organization list. Will it be resolved or not? I don't know. Let's assume that tomorrow there is a draft of an agreement that is brought to Israel's attention, and someone thinks that Israel can somehow thwart it. What would be better? An agreement or no agreement? Obviously, this agreement could be improved, but let's say this is it. This is what we can get. What's better, to have an agreement or not? Well, of course, that is choosing between two evils. The best situation for Israel, ironically, is what's happening now, that on the one hand there is no agreement in place, but on the other hand what is expected, and therefore the Iranians are now installing more centrifuges. Yes, but they've been saying that there'll be an agreement for months, but the Iranians are still making progress towards a bomb. Yes, but not as quickly as they would have if it had been the same. They are still preserving this desire to go back to the negotiating table, and therefore this current dragging of heels is really good for us. But if you're asking me in terms of a dichotomous yes or no question, for or against the agreement, the bottom line is yes. I'm in favor of the agreement right now because Israel needs to buy this time, these few years, even if it's only just a few years, to buy this time in order to and if we talk about what Mr. Professor Litvak said, what's happening in Iran, we also need to improve both our offensive and defensive capabilities, and therefore if the conflict is on the cards, at least it should be a little later. Then the nuclear should also be delayed, and some of Iran's conventional capabilities Iran will be more cautious with. So the bottom line would be that regretfully being with an agreement will be better with not having an agreement. And what's very sad is the actions we took along the way, because I think we made too much noise. Gidon Frank, yes agreement or non agreement? And just very briefly tell me, how is it, let's say you knew anything about making a bomb, how is it that the Iranians for the last 3 decades have been trying? It's a big, rich country. How is it they're trying to get to a bomb and they don't have one? Don't forget that they stopped their program in 2003 very abruptly. So that's your answer. Are you for or against an agreement? Pretty much the way it is now, or should Israel do everything to stop it? I think it should be looked at strategically. If Israel needs time in order to do something, for instance, to wait for the situation in Iran to exacerbate, then an agreement is better than leaving it. How much time will it buy for us? Till about 2031. 8-9 years. Let's say 8 years, which is longer than an attack. And if you attack, if you take the calculation, you have to calculate how long will this strike be valid for. I'm not saying we shouldn't prepare for it, because perhaps the world in these areas is so unpredictable that you also need to prepare for other things. But if your entire objective is to buy time, 8 years is cheaper and less risky than an attack. Lieutenant Major General Reserves Amir Eshel, for or against the agreement? I'm not sure anyone's asking us, but let's assume. I think that our ability to impact this agreement is quite low. I don't know what the agreement is. Depends which agreement we're talking about, as if we know exactly what's in the agreement, but we don't. And I'm saying that very clearly. We want a very aggressive agreement, of course, but let's know what's going to happen. You can speak clearly. There's no press here. So that's the first thing. And in this context, assuming that it would be similar to the previous agreement, we have two issues, assuming that it'll be signed. We have two issues that are different. The situation is, if it will be signed, it will be different than it was in 2015. There are more than two issues, but I want to talk about two. The first is that, first of all, this agreement does not buy time. We're using the same clock as the previous agreement, so we actually have less time. That's the first issue. The second issue is we need to look at what's happened in the world in the meantime. And look, if we sign the agreement, or if Iran signs the agreement, it'll be very different from what we believed would happen in 2025 in terms of the Iranian economic kind of recovery. That didn't happen in 2015. I'm not going into the reasons why, but now the situation is different because the world, following the war in Ukraine, is in a new reality with an energy crisis and all the other associated problems. And once Iran will be allowed to go back to the global economy, and particularly to exhaust its capability as an energy provider, everyone wants to set Russia aside, and that's going to be a very rapid and meaningful economic boost that will not only impact Iran itself domestically, in the north, in the south of Iran, but a lot of money to keep supporting its proxies, not only in nuclear, but regionally, and that will challenge us far more. But if Iran... no. You're done. Gideon Frank, Amir Eshel, Giora Island, thank you very much.
We're going to take a quick break now. I assume that it's going to be a shorter break than planned, right, Amos? Just pay attention to the bells ringing, and we'll see you soon.
שלום וברכה, ברכה ושלום, זה קצת נצמד. הוא כל פעם נדבק.
שלום לכולם, עוד פעם. אני מבקש לשבת. חיים, תוביל דוגמה אישית. צביקה, הכל בסדר? אנחנו מתחילים, סליחה. אני מבקש כאן שקט.
Please take your seats.
אני מתכבד להזמין לשאת את...
I am honored to introduce Major General Tamir Yadai.
בוא, תיכנס. שלום.
Good afternoon again. I'm honored to introduce Major General Tamir Yadai, commander of the IDF Ground Forces. I've known him since his first years in the IDF, and everyone knew, even from them, that he would go far. He began as commander of the Central Forces, and he combines force and brains, and he will share his first insights from the war in Ukraine and how it influences our reality. I'd like to introduce Major General Tamir Yadai, commander of the IDF Ground Forces. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to begin with a historical overview as an introduction to the slide that you see behind me. These are theories regarding the theories that we had for many years. When I was younger, we used to quote, and we learned the words of Fukuyama about the pace of the large wars. And later on, even in the Golani Brigade, we read the story about Lexus and the olive tree. And I remember the quote, Thomas Friedman half asks and half responds, did you know that a war never broke out between two countries that had branches of McDonald's, and in Israel as well, theories developed over the years that were based on two assumptions: that first, we don't have territorial goals anymore, and second, if any of our enemies continues to be bad, then we'll strike with force. And there are very familiar quotes related to this issue. Churchill, I often quote something that Churchill said. He said that strategy, no matter how aesthetic it is, you have to look at its outcomes sometimes. And the outcomes are right before our eyes. And in this context, I'd like to say that in general, two things. First, this is a war that is happening in Europe, not in the Balkans and not in the Middle East, and not in any other remote place, which indicates that the phenomenon of war has once again become part of the Western world. And again, this is an opportunity for us to study this conflict between armies that have Western capabilities, and this is a good opportunity to follow what's going on. But before we begin, I'd like to make two comments. One is related to the fact that we're still in the midst of the war, and there's a lot of disinformation. There are manipulations on the information that is available. We don't know everything, and we must remember that the war is still going on. And also, lessons are also dependent on context, and they can't necessarily be projected between time and place. And we have to take into account that there are cultural and political and social issues that are related, the sizes of the armies and their capabilities. So everything that I say, I want to say very cautiously, and that this is my own opinion, and the things I say now may seem less correct in the future. I would like to talk about two things that we are seeing, and that might be related to our times as well. I don't want to talk about things that were probably talked about this morning and will be discussed later on in the day, about the new global order and about the far-reached implications for the economy. I don't want to talk about the crises that we're experiencing, the crises related to gas, chips, wheat, etc. And I also don't want to talk about the arms race that many of us, our military industries and European countries are in the midst of now. I'd like to talk about two things. One is about expectations. If we had been asked at the beginning of February or the middle of February if there would be a war between Russia and Ukraine, the answers would have been divided about 80-20. People who believed that there would be war and people that were less believing. And even among those who believed there would be war, I don't think anyone imagined the type of war that we're seeing now. We all expected there to be some type of classic style of war, a rerun of the war in the Crimea Islands, the Crimean area, elegant and quick, something that used all the new dimensions that we hear about all the time. And my first message, the first lesson I learned from this situation is that we know how a war starts, but it can deteriorate to a war of attrition, like this picture I think demonstrates. And we don't know if it'll develop with the characteristics that we see today. It could also be something that we end up encountering with the enemies that we have who are developing capabilities and a ring of fire around us, making constant facing the possibility that they will attack our cities. I think that attempts must be made to end fighting as quickly as possible, and we have to excel at two things. One, in how we define how targets are defined, and second, the operative plan, so that there will be no questions about who the winner actually is. All the topics that you see on this screen, whether you can see them or not, these are issues that we deal with on a daily basis, and the IDF is constantly learning about them, from what is happening in Ukraine. If I would divide this slide into subsections, I think that the material is available, so I won't go into detail because it is discussed every so often. But I think that many of these issues are, for example, maneuvering and logistic failures and differential capabilities of the forces and other things related to the ground fire. These are all related, in my opinion, to three main themes. One is the failure of the Russians' assumptions at the beginning of the battle. The second is related to tactic failures. Ultimately, we're seeing behaviors or ways in which the plans were carried out. There are professional failures that we're seeing. I don't think that we should get into detail. This is the place to discuss them in detail. And the third is the misconceptions about the new dimensions that the efforts. I'm talking about aspects of cyber and COVID and spectrum and things like that we attributed significant importance to at the beginning of the beginning of the war, and based on what we saw from our recent history. And these were proven as less relevant once the scale of fighting is as large as it is here. So the lesson that we may learn from this is that once you decide to wage war, you should come as prepared as possible, and most importantly, you have to be alert and critical about the way you define your presumptions and about the strategic assumptions you make. And I'm not sure I'm telling you anything new, but these definitely collapsed one after another. From here, I would like to go on to talking about the more general lessons that I think we can learn from about what's happening and are related to more extensive phenomenon. I'll talk about 5 issues: fire, the new the aerial level, and the impact of both of those on how the war is being waged. And the 2 last issues are related to one another. One is fighting in urban areas, and the second is civilians during war. So just a word about this slide, the missile supremacy over the platform. You're all familiar with the quotes from the Yom Kippur War. I think that some things have changed nonetheless. I think that the distance, the diversity, the penetrability, the line of view, and especially the precision make the missile threat much greater than it was in the past. And it's on a much larger scale, and its impact on our freedom of movement in the sea, in the air, and on land is significantly impacted. It's very different than it was before. I think that when you have capabilities of this kind, and when you add what I said before, you add the mistaken assumptions at the basis of the plan and tactical failures, on the other hand, and Western capabilities on the other hand, then the outcome are things that we're seeing now. Another dimension has to be considered is the new aerial dimension. If you're following the developments in this field, it is nothing new that there are capabilities in this area, and we've seen how a high quality drone unit can cause significant damage against the Armenian military, the Armenian army, even without any manned aircraft going into the air. And none of these most of these products are produced by civilian industries from the east. They don't have the type of regulation that we have here, but they do enable two things. One is the ability, vertical attack capabilities, and you can see that from the videos and the pictures that are posted each and every day. And something more interesting that they can do is converting imprecise weapons to precise missiles. And if you follow what's going on there, you can see how when a drone is in the air and immediately afterwards an anti-tank missile is shot, followed by artillery from Ukraine. And the tendency to assume that most of the damage is caused by the anti-tank missiles, but the artillery that the drone makes precise is no less damaging and harmful than the more powerful weapons. The fire and the new aerial dimension reduce the room to maneuver. They narrow the battlefield and enable they give the defense more advantages over the offensive army. From where I stand, these trends were very clear to us, and to a great extent we're preparing for these scenarios. This war has only emphasized our understanding of these developments. I think that in general, in the IDF, we're trying to do two things. One is to use the same dimensions in order to enable us to give us a better picture of the battlefield and to trace the enemy faster, to disrupt the enemy's efforts, and to shoot precisely and at the right time. This is based on two principles. One, defending the forces, and I think we're in a different place than what we see here, especially in the Russian armored forces. And second is the lethal dimension, so that the forces do not need only the external envelope that we can provide with all of our amazing capabilities. The next aspect is fighting within urban areas. We're 84 days into the war, and I think about 80 of those days, the Russian army has been fighting in Mariupol to a certain degree. I'm not talking about Kiev at this stage, but we're talking about a city with 450,000 people. There are cities of this size in Israel as well. And as of now, Russia hasn't obtained operational control over the city. And if we talk about Kiev, they turned around and withdrew and retreated from there. And I think that conquering large cities of this kind is an enormous challenge, even for a strong and large army like Russia, and especially for smaller armies. But on the other hand, looking at our area, it seems that we won't have any way of achieving our goals without passing through different villages or different cities. The capabilities that I talked about before that take advantage of the aerial dimension and enable use of all the different dimensions to trace the enemy and destroy the enemy at relevant time, I think it also has the ability to enable us, to give us the choice, to give us the option of not going through all the cities along the way. And even when we do have to pass through cities, the ability to hold back the enemy and destroy the enemy to a great extent is something that will allow, this is something that we're preparing for and will enable us to take moderate and smart action and use the ground forces wisely. And apparently, there will also obviously be a need for face-to-face battles in urban warfare, and this is something that should be discussed within the IDF as well. Is what is the expected outcome? And we saw during the war that sometimes the expected outcomes changed based on the reality that the Russians encountered there. And the last thing that I want to say is a word about civilians during war. And this is something that I think is troubling because, as I said before, we don't have a choice. If you know what the Gaza Strip looks like, you know what Lebanon looks like, or even Judea and Samaria, there aren't any areas that aren't urban. And here you can see several issues. One, the fact that you took civilians with minimal training or no training at all, you gave them weapons, and then suddenly you have many more soldiers. In many cases, civilians become live shields to stop the Russian armored forces from advancing. And if I would go 2 slides back, every civilian today is an observation station. Every civilian is a broadcasting station. Every civilian is an observer for the Ukrainian artillery. And the preparations within the neighborhoods, within the buildings, and the way the forces are supplied is part of the war effort. And what's possibly even more important than anything I've said until now in the civilian context, and I think I heard Ron say something about this outside, for the Ukrainians, this war is defining a new national identity, while for the Russians, it is having the opposite effect. And I will conclude with this slide that takes me back to my first slide. Over the past decade, there has been more and more professional literature, conferences, and articles, publications that focus on what's often called hybrid warfare. And and the Western world are looking at what happened in the Crimean area and seeing how things are repeating itself. In many cases, the efforts were based on SIGINT and psychological warfare and some precision weapons, and also using actual fire in scattered cases. In the IDF as well, we have the visionary of this idea in this room. In IDF, there's extensive activity in what is called the war between the wars, which is also influenced by these perspectives. And I think that this war, if there's anything that I take from it, and I think that we can all learn from it, is a reminder that's very critical, in my opinion, of the fact that even freedom to maneuver during war and during the war between the wars, what defines the outcome is the ability to use the military warfare as necessary. A reliable threat is dependent on actual ability, and when the threat doesn't match the actual capabilities, then you might find yourself in the situation that Russia is in now. And the goal of any army, especially the IDF, is to win the war. And in our case, we can't be drawn into long wars, definitely not wars of attrition, while our home front is suffering a significant blow and significant damage, we have to present an operative ideas and practical implementations for transitioning the war to the other side and responding to fire that's aimed at us. All this has to be done within a reasonable amount of time and an acceptable number of casualties. That's the challenge that we face. There is a lot of material that we can learn from about things that we have to do here in Israel, but the test is still ahead of us and we have a long road ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Major General Tamir Yadai. We are all looking at what is happening in the war in Ukraine, in the world, and trying to learn what is happening here. The next session on intelligence, policy and decision-making, the war in Ukraine as a case study, will be attended by Lieutenant General in Reserves Gadi Eisenkot, former Chief of the IDF General Staff, Mr. Tamir Pardo, former head of the Mossad. And these distinguished members of the panel will be moderated by Major General in Reserves Amos Gilad. Hello everyone. I planned to give a speech at the beginning, but time is against us, and I'd like our two distinguished guests to be the main ones to speak and to share their impressions with you, each from their own angle. They all both have strategic thinking, and for years I have admired their ways of thinking, and that's why I wanted to just say as an opening that the challenge in this discussion, we talk a lot about military insights, and we talked about Iran, things that we're very strong in, mostly in ways of grappling with them. But there are many things that impact Israel's general situation, and that's the tension I wanted to talk about. For instance, national resilience. Let's say that national resilience would break down. Will the IDF, will the Mossad be the ones to address it? Slowly but surely, we are becoming a single state, a one state for two nations, and it doesn't interest anyone. It seems to be just happening, as if it's happening somewhere in the North Pole, but it's happening here and now. The PA, the Palestinian Authority, it's been described as a group of terrorists. I remember when I was in the IDF, I wanted to get rid of Arafat because I thought he was an arch enemy, an arch terrorist. And now Abu Mazen, maybe he's not a member of the Zionist movement, and he probably won't be ever, but at least we can have security coordination with him, with the IDF, with the ILS, and so on, ISA, and so on, the Shabak, and so on. So there's a list of challenges like Jordan, which we sometimes seem to be speaking of as if they are enemies of the state, but they are saving us both blood and money. And the IDF does not really need to defend. It's not how much we defend the border, but how much we don't need to defend the border. So there is a series of challenges, a series of issues, and I would like to dedicate this dialogue or this conversation to the strategic issues and ask, where are we headed? Where is Israel headed? Not only in areas where we're strong, including the last review that is about how the IDF's capabilities and how what it can work with, but those it cannot. Gadi Eisenkot, former Chief of the IDF General Staff. Good afternoon. Tamir is with all the jazz and all this summer dress, and now I'm going to, they're going to be against me in Golani, but we didn't coordinate. We are entering Israel's 75th year, a country that from its inception has been in crises, has been coping with various threats, and nowadays when we look at the challenges that are posed, I always want to talk about modesty. We need to understand that there is a gap between what we see, what is overt and what is covert. What are the security challenges of Israel, where sometimes on the agenda there is a certain threat, there is a lot of challenges that are all being coped with together, and they all bring about a certain policy. At the same time, there is a basic flaw in Israeli society, and that is the fact that Israel does not and never had a formal, unified defense strategy and Israel's national security policy is impacted. And I don't like it, but I can understand it from a reality that is political of what we can and cannot do. And when I try to map out the challenges, the national security challenges, as Amos said at the opening, I would position as the first challenge, that's first and foremost, and that is Israel's national resilience. And only then would I rank the Iranian threat, which is a severe threat, in their pursuit of nuclear, as well as their pursuit of regional hegemony in Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, Yemen, and also their ability to produce advanced missiles and UAVs. Third, I would rank Palestinian arena, and here the name of the game of managing a conflict is for many years leading to a game which just means not taking initiative, not doing anything, and responding to events because we want to improve the here and now instead of looking 5, 10, 15 years down the line. And Amos mentioned the risk of the one state, the single state, the binational state. And I think that when we look at the statistics between the sea and the river, between the Jordan and the Mediterranean, there are more Arabs than Jews. And I think that this trend of managing the conflict is leading us ultimately to the reality that we are experiencing today, whereby Hamas, a terror organization, which we cannot mistake for anything else, they have a vision, they want a religious battle and only then a national one. When we see how it conducts itself at recent years, how it is managing to actually bring together the Israeli Arabs, Temple Mount, West Bank, and even pose a threat from Lebanon. And it's built a model that is working for it. It's a successful model. They are trying to keep the Gaza Strip quiet. It is like the hand that rocks the cradle and creates a kind of overall direction, and not of the actual attacks that took place, but many that have been thwarted. And it is very difficult to deal with these focal points. And they also realize that when they work with East Jerusalem and with the Israeli Arabs, they're actually neutralizing their greatest enemy, which is the IDF. The IDF is not able to be active in East Jerusalem or among Israeli Arabs, and that's what they're focusing on. In the West Bank, they realize their capabilities. And fourth, I would rank the northern arena and the threat posed by Hezbollah. It is a threat that should not be seen as one that is small. It is not. It can definitely challenge Israel's supremacy, but it is met with a security policy, and that is the full half of the glass. It brings Israel's supremacy in terms of intelligence, in terms of technology. We have many accomplishments, many achievements. We are able to curb Iranian nuclear. We are able to curb Iranian entrenchment and various other steps that are improving Israel's national security alongside the great risks that we are facing. Tamir, just briefly, as the former head of the Mossad, all of your missions were well known, but following what Gadi's just said, I want to ask you two questions. Every so often, you used to present also in discussions, if you want to explain about that, other priorities. You would say Iran, the IDF know what to do, but there are many other things. First of all, how do you rank later on your set of priorities? And if you could explain, how is it that there is no interface between the different systems in Israel and a national security strategy or policy? I think that Ben Gurion, with his 18 principles, was the last time that we discussed that. And it wasn't yesterday, it was way back in history. And even those in the room weren't even, about to be born when he was talking about those 18 principles. So if you could share with us your thoughts on the subject, because I'm so worried that it's just getting worse. There is a kind of disconnection. Now, when you set out on a campaign, the IDF writes recommendations for policymakers, and then it comes down as direction. So how would you explain that procedurally, this lack of a strategy? For instance, in Jerusalem, following what Eisenkot said. Sanawar is sitting there. He is no strategy expert, but he has a comprehensive overall strategy because he wants Israel and Jerusalem mainly to be up in flames. And we're talking about deterrence and we're talking about Gaza. But what is your set of priorities? What is the kind of set of priorities that you always advance, and how would you explain this connection that is becoming deeper and deeper between the political echelon that should be in charge of strategy and those who carry it out, and who are the only ones who are carrying out the strategy, but they each have their own? Good afternoon. That was quite complex, your question. I'll try to answer at least part of the challenge that you've posed for me. I was in 8th grade when the Six-Day War broke out. We learned in geography lesson, we got blind maps, and of the city of Israel, and we had to first of all draw the border, because what's a country in its most simplest definition? It is a group of people with a single aim that has territorial definition. Since then, since June 10th, 1967, there is an entity, unique, the only one in the world, that has not defined its territory, and it hasn't defined its own territory. There are countries that define territory, and neighbors or other countries do not acknowledge their borders. This has happened throughout history. But a country that does not define its own borders, its own territory, that is a rare, unique incident, and it's been happening for the last 55 years. Israeli governments, since Geula Cohen on the right-hand side of the map until Shulamit Eloni on the left side of the map, have all lived through this illogical reality. To this day, most Israeli governments who were around the central left, right or right side of the map, the political map, were accepted this problem. I think it is the biggest problem Israel has between the Mediterranean and the Red Sea, and the Jordan and the Sea. There are more Arabs than Jews, and if anyone had dreamt that a miracle would happen and one morning suddenly things will be reversed, the tables will turn, well, they're dreaming. And that reminds me of an interesting meeting I had when I was almost done being head of the Mossad with one of the regional leaders, and he opened this issue up and he said, we Muslims have a dream that one morning we'll wake up and there won't be a single Jew between the Mediterranean and the Jordan River. And he waited for my reaction, and then he continued and said, and you Jews have exactly the same dream, but in reverse, that one morning you'll wake up and between the sea and the Jordan River, there won't be a single Muslim. And then he said, we Muslims have understood that it's just a dream, and it'll never happen. And the reason why we're willing to accept the existence of the Zionist state here is because we have realized that your might, your capabilities, your power, and your contribution to the Middle East, this crazy area, is huge. And we do not have the ability to make this dream come true. But where are you? What do you want? What do you Jews want? What kind of state would you like your grandchildren to live in? Do you want a single state, one state, that, as I've said, you are no longer a majority in? Or do you want to find another kind of arrangement, another kind of solution? Because it is clear that no one will be leaving, and if they do leave, it will only be those who have a lot of money and can immigrate elsewhere. And then you'll be left with an even bigger problem. That is the number one problem that Israel has. That for the last 55 years it has chosen not to manage, or not to have this conversation. Since Golda Meir's time, that for a long time there was nothing here except Jews. That's what she used to say. Yes, exactly. And to this day, when we tell ourselves the story that nobody cares, so this policy or this strategy or this national security view of Israel, unfortunately, is rooted deep within the Jewish DNA, unfortunately, which means that once we are persecuted, once we have enemies, the Jewish DNA looked and said, well, we'll wait for this to pass. That's the solution. And so a democratic state, or any state for that matter, if it does not take its future into its own hands, then the question of what's going to happen here in 30 years' time to our grandchildren, and some of us here already have great-grandchildren, well, we don't have an answer to that question. Israel has not yet decided that it wants to have this conversation. We could decide just to have a single state, because it's inconceivable that over the years there'll be anyone who will be willing to live with no rights in the territory in which they are living. That's inconceivable. It's impossible. Such events make empires collapse. The lack of understanding, the lack of desire to deal with this, because yes, we can decide that we want between the sea and the Jordan River to have just one state. It has implications, such a decision. For some, it's the end of the Zionist dream. For others, it is realizing the ideal of returning to the land of our forefathers. And there's no question that Hebron and Bethlehem are part of our national heritage. But in this territory, what can we do? We're not alone. And to think that anyone will be getting up and leaving, so we saw for the last 74 years that hasn't happened. And steps that have been taken years ago, many dozens of years ago, are not happening. So I think it's high time to start thinking and to start having this conversation, also in the media, in the Knesset, in Parliament, and anywhere, even in living rooms across the country. What do we want? Do we want a Jewish state that is democratic, where we have a solid majority? To remain within the green line, it's about 75%? Or do we want a different kind of country, a different kind of state, in which we will be a minority? Thank you. Gadi, I've often heard, and you've also published documents and papers, and you engage in it a lot, and I just want to say for the record, very briefly, some strategic assumptions that have been refuted because we don't have a policy. We talked about maybe occupying Beirut, and then what happened? The biggest achievement was the withdrawal from Lebanon. As for Arafat, I also mentioned him. Now we have the Palestinians, what Tamir described in Gadi before him. And I think we must again explain the importance of Jordan, that some are thinking that we can topple. There is already fire that is kind of, eating away at the United States. And I'm worried that we will not have the support of the United States in the future. Can you share with us vis-a-vis these strategic changes? Because what are they saying? As long as there's terrorism, there's no one to talk to. And if there is no terrorism, we don't need to talk to them. So that also corresponds with the assumption that the Arab states, mostly the rich ones, are having a dialogue with us, even though we don't have any talks with the Palestinians. So can you share with us the overall strategy that you have been engaging in for so many years? What are the guiding principles that you would recommend be adopted and embraced as a strategy? I don't think it's going to happen tomorrow morning, but let's say a miracle happened and it would happen.
You mentioned Beirut in '82, and based on the previous lecture that talked about the lessons that we can learn from Ukraine, I think that one of the main lessons, from my perspective, is the reality of leadership. The way that the Russians imagined the logic of their rivals, and they defined the objectives of war, and their and how they perceive their capabilities, how they perceive the national spirit that would stand behind, that would back them. And these are things that are important for us as Israel and the strong countries like our friends in the United States, in Afghanistan and Iraq, and I don't want to go further back than that. The attempt to reach a conclusion and to change reality. And this reality has to be very clear when we exercise force in order to improve to strengthen our national interests. Next week, soon will be the 100th year anniversary of the Iron Wall written by Jabotinsky, and 50 years since the death of Israel's first prime minister, Ben-Gurion. That'll be next year in 2023. And this gives us something to think about how to move forward. When we look back 74 years ago, we can look at the incredible state that was established in a very complex and problematic situation with an ongoing battle. Since then, we've constantly battled terrorism and fought 7 wars. And our goals are clarified along the way. When we talk about our security goals, we talk about deterrence and defense and decisive victory. I would also add at this stage the concept of influence as a 5th concept that reflects the desire for good good partnerships, good relations with our neighbors. And I think that we face enormous challenges here that the state of Israel is coping with, preventing the Iranian nuclear weapons and building up its forces, and also the Palestinian conflict that the IDF deals with on a daily basis, and the borders. We spent a lot of time, invested a lot of resources on our borders with Syria and Egypt. What we have to do is to formulate a vision that begins with Israeli society, which I think is the basis for a new contract of solidarity. And we have to be very concerned by the lack of governance in the Galilee and in the Negev, and the ability to tear down an illegal settlement in Chomesh. I think that this is problematic, and it prevents the state from being able to manage many different things, as we saw during the pandemic. We have to create a new identity that is based on the Declaration of Independence as a defining document. In its first sentence defines the fundamental values of a national home for the Jewish people, the Book of Books, and official nationalism. And I think that these principles are what made this state possible, and I think it's even more necessary now when there is lack of mutual responsibility. Only 48% of the 18-year-olds in Israel are join the army. I think this makes it very clear, and this is a very troubling statistic. When I look back at the day that I was recruited in 78, among men was 88% who were recruited. When my youngest son was recruited in July 2015, it was 48%, and that's where it stands now. What happens if the numbers continue to drop in the next 10 years? Our army is our insurance policy. We have built an incredible force, incredible power in Israel. I don't want to brag, but I think that the force that we have built up here enables the state of Israel to tell itself that it is invincible by any military force that is aimed at Israel. We have technological power, human power, scientific power, and what we need is a new strategy and a new vision for the state of Israel with the basis of a new social contract between all sectors in the small Israeli society, more identification with the state. And if I may speak briefly about the lack of governance, just last night they tried to pass a law from uniform to studies to fund studies for released soldiers, and this law is not passed because of different conflicts between the coalition and the opposition. We think we should be ashamed of that. I think that reflects how far we've deteriorated and the lack of our ability to work together. The things that were said here that have been talked about since this morning and things that Amos said and Tamir during this session, those are the main points. This is the time for decisions, to take initiative. I think that decisions that have been made over the years regarding the Iranians, these were courageous decisions. They were the right decisions to make. We have responsibility for the world and for ourselves to prevent Iran from having nuclear capabilities, which could have happened if Israel hadn't taken action. I think that our operational and intelligence capabilities are incredible. They disrupt terror and allow Israel to make decisions from a position of power and advantage, and not with the paradox that when blood is being shed, that's not the time to make decisions, and when things are comfortable and easy, then why make decisions? That's the paradox. But we have to think about how to advance Israel's national interests, which have to be defined, and to take initiative and to make decisions that will benefit the state of Israel and not benefit political survivability, or that will look good on the evening news. For many years, Israel lived in a region that did not interest the world at all, other than very specific points at times of war when the superpowers did not want to prevent the defeat of the Arab countries. We worked relatively freely whether in Lebanon or during the Six-Day War and during the Yom Kippur War, after we changed the direction and IDF began to fight back and take control over territories that it hadn't had access to before. The world is changing and we're not realizing yet. The fact that for the past decade, if not longer, the butterfly wings that fly in one area affect the other side of the world, and we're not realizing that in Israel. That's not influencing our decision making. The events in Ukraine will have an impact on how we act. The developments in the Democratic Party in the United States over the past years are related to Israeli policy, but they're also related to evolution in the United States. Even in the United States, what used to be the majority is gradually becoming a minority. We see this all over the world. And in one of my meetings, a leader of a country that has a much larger population than Israel and even larger than the United States, he said that in order to cause chaos in a country, all you need is a few hundred people, not more than that. And even a country that has hundreds of millions can become chaotic if it loses power of governance and loses the ability to control and to rule. And this is seen in the streets as well. What has been happening in the state of Israel in the past years, as someone who will soon be 70 years old, I never could have imagined that I would see something like what happened this week at the funeral of a hero, of a soldier, aged 47, who was brought to rest who was laid to rest after the event in Jenin, that a family member said that a eulogy will not be given if a minister of the government of Israel is present at the funeral. Over the years, the state of Israel, things like this never happened before. In my opinion, this is a problem. It is not the problem of a mourning family. This is a problem for all of society, for all of us who live in this country. And we see this because we are transparent, because the world is transparent today. Nothing is done behind the scenes. And developments like these are visible. If Nasrallah one talked about the spiderweb speech, talking about the rationale that what happened during the destruction of the Second Temple was that we had a significant contribution to the fact that the Jewish kingdom collapsed. Let us be careful. We must be cautious. $51,000 GDP will not place the 17th place in the world is not what is going to help. That is not a guarantee for resilience. We have to keep that in mind. I would personally be happy to continue talking to you for the next week. But the clock is ticking. It has the clock is the only thing with the strategy and never stops. I'd like to ask as follows. There are headlines just from the last few days about the Secretary of the Teachers Association saying that soon there won't be teachers. The interns soon will refuse to work. Governance is being lost in the Negev and in the Galilee. On the other hand, you read about an MK who has these plans and those plans, and this is an important part of what the Prime Minister spends time with. I'm potentially not mentioning every names because I'm talking in general terms. I want to ask you, is there a chance that that this nation, that is a genius nation, will adopt strategic thought patterns, or as both of you talked about, if we don't make these changes now, if you don't make decisions, that's also a decision. There's no such thing as not making a decision. Failing to make a decision is equivalent to making a decision. And I'm not even talking about the legal system that we heard about before, that has all these many creative ideas. We have here the former Supreme Justice, and we do have to make decisions. We can't sit back and not make decisions. Is there any way of changing that with the existing method of governance? Where can changes be made? Because if changes aren't made, then we will encounter all of the phenomena that has been mentioned. The question is not what the people want, it's what the people need. And that goes back to the leadership. And the leadership must speak truthfully and present a strategy and give hope. And that goes back to the political level and the manner in which you have to convince and present an ideology and not obscure boundary opinions or ideology because it may be unpopular. I think that this takes us back to the Israeli leadership, even though convincing can be done in writing or with statements, in education, and in many other ways. But it's definitely the responsibility of the Israeli leadership to give hope and to speak truthfully. I think that's the direction we have to take. It was very sad if there wouldn't be any hope in this situation. I think that it's top down and bottom up at the same time. Our demand of our leadership must be to look us in the eye and make plans. I would like to know what the state of Israel thinks that the number of doctors should be in 15 years from now in Israel, to develop a plan and to implement it. Teachers, psychologists, pharmacists, and so many others. I can give you numbers for each one of them. Plans, multi-year plans. Governments will change, which is perfectly fine, but strategies can't change like the wind on the last weekend that went from east to west 1 minute and west to east the next minute. It's impossible to operate like that. It's impossible that any time a director general enters a ministry, develops new strategic plans, and invests hundreds of millions of shekels in it. Israel is a rich country. That is from the top-down perspective. Bottom up, the media and all of us have to demand that the public servants fulfill their responsibilities. And their responsibility is not to make headlines in the evening news. It is what will happen here in 20, 30, and 40 years, because what we do now and the seeds that we plant now are what our grandchildren and great-grandchildren will eat years from now. And if we don't plant seeds, if we don't plant trees, then that will be our end. A few years after the intelligence assessment, I'm glad that it was the goal of the other side. The things that were said here were very difficult, very important, but hard to hear. And this is overall, you said that we need leadership and we need a strategy. Our anthem is Hatikva, which means hope, and we have no choice. This is the message that I would like to relay in all of the lectures that we hear today, and that's why this conversation was very important. Each of you presented it from your own perspective and from your own involvement in the very important events that you were involved in. But there is obviously no alternative to leadership that defines strategy then lead the country, because otherwise it's just a bunch of initiatives. If there are groups, there are sectors, then those sectors are strong. But if we don't address all of the issues of the tribes and the governance and healthcare and education, then it's like a tree with damaged roots or termites that eat the home from the inside. And the connection between national resilience and national security is very clear. Thank you very much, Lieutenant General Gadi Eisenkot and Tamir. That was fascinating, but also a little bit frustrating and thought-provoking. Even if we knew the things that were said, it's still something to consider. So now we're here from a public servant, someone who is certainly active. This takes us back to the war in Ukraine that created a very significant humanitarian crisis that Israel is dealing with as well. And the last panel was, people have a lot to say, a lot of comments on the last panel. I would like to introduce the Israeli Minister of Aliyah and Integration, who deals with these challenges on a daily basis, Ms. Pnina Tamenu-Shata. We're honored to welcome you here today for an interview with Dr. Donna Wolf, head of the Law and Security Program of Lauder School of Government at Reichman University. Can you hear me? 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, Israeli Minister of Aliyah and Integration, Ms. Pnina Tamenu-Shata. Good afternoon to you and the distinguished guests, the entire audience. Well, we should probably begin with your personal story and your role as the Minister of Aliyah and Integration. You came to Israel in mid-1980s as part of Operation Moses. And I wanted to ask you, what has changed in terms of Israel's view on how to absorb immigrants, olim, since then? What kind of opportunity do we have these days? Well, first of all, good afternoon. You know, somehow I can never avoid this matter of my personal story. And it's not as if I'm ashamed of it or anything, but I think it really is associated with what we're talking about, humanitarian crises and, in general, immigration. If we look at the history of Aliyah immigrating to Israel, even before the establishment of the State of Israel, to this day, we will see that the greatest accelerator or the greatest driver of immigration is geopolitical changes, humanitarian crises. We saw it in the large waves of immigration in the 1990s, obviously the Iron Curtain, and the immigration from Ethiopia, and of course when government launched the Operation France First. So
As for what you asked, what's the difference between then and now? I think that when knowledge is accumulated, without a doubt, there are greater tools, there are more available instruments. The question is, how many of them do you use and to what extent? That's a good question, but we're no longer the same small country that had to struggle with demographics and the weakness of the Jewish yishuv, the Jewish population. And the most important thing is to have people somewhere in the country, anywhere, putting them wherever in the south, in the north. It wasn't that kind of situation. It's no longer that way. Now we can holistically have a holistic approach to immigration. And I think the greatest mistake that the Israeli society makes is to think that Aliyah and immigration are over. So I want to demonstrate with a few examples. Since COVID began, more than 70,000 have immigrated to Israel. In the last 3 years, 90,000, which means a whole city in Israel could have been populated in just the last 3 years. And I can tell you, for every missile, for every terror attack, for every security challenge with which we're grappling, my answer is more and more airplanes landing in Ben Gurion Airport. I have just come back from the Maccabiah exhibition, the opening of it, and these athletes such as Tel Brody are coming to Israel as part of a sports event and are then staying in Israel. And we now have like a small government. The Ministry of Aliyah is like a mini government because we engage in housing, education, health, so many things. And our ability, my ability as a minister and other ministers to make decisions is certainly an ability that is backed up by tools, by a reality that we knew how to grapple with in the past and we don't want to grapple with. For instance, when the crisis in Ukraine began, we talked about caravans. There were even people who suggested having a cruise out at sea that will populate these immigrants. So first of all, the immigrants, they have enough room. We don't need to put them in trailers and caravans. And even if we did have to do that, it wouldn't be the same caravans that I grew up in, where you can't sit for half a minute because it's so hot in summer and it's so cold in winter. It was even better to get wet in the rain. I can tell you that I personally, since I began, I said I will not allow people to have caravan sites of 1,000 and 2,000 caravans, because we realized that it is better to absorb these immigrants because they are such a great lever, such a growth engine for Israel economically, internationally, in any aspect. It is integration, integration, integration by giving them the best tools possible. And I think that now we are in a much better situation when it comes to that. Okay. So, speaking of humanitarian crises, and the head of your party talked about how we have not seen the end of wars yet. We have a great event in Europe, a war between Russia and Ukraine, which seems to have gone on for quite a while and will probably carry on. And the Finnish are also being threatened because they want to join NATO, and so are the Swedes. And so there is a long way ahead, and the projections of not only immigrants but also refugees, and of course it's not under your direct authority, but as a government we're already there. Europe, as the UN has said, is in one of its greatest refugee crises. So what are the implications for Israel in terms of the refugee crisis and humanitarian crisis that's happening around the world, and how is Israel preparing for it in the long term? Well, first of all, we don't have refugees. You can't have a refugee in your own country. So I just want to talk about the right of return and the Jewish aspect of things. Yet within that, we saw them as refugees to start off with, because these new immigrants, having escaped from Ukraine, they come with nothing. They are refugees. I was a refugee for a very short time in Sudan en route to Israel, but I had a very clear vision of where I was going. I was on my way to Israel, so it was only a transitory stage. But when I see these images of mothers and children, Holocaust survivors who come here to Israel without planning ahead, with nothing, It's very difficult. They didn't plan ahead. But once they land in Ben Gurion Airport, we do not have refugees here in Israel. Any Jew, anyone who comes here to Israel by virtue of the law and the right of return, they are no longer refugees. And I don't think I'm saying anything new about our conduct. Our conduct at the beginning was very problematic. I don't even want to talk about the interests involved. I want to ask ourselves already, and that is something that is, of course, talked about in government. We talk about our values, about who we are, both as Jews, as those who base our values in the Torah. There's no reason why we should be so anxious about Jewish demographics and trample values that are really our face in history. And it's not just us. It's not just in terms of being national or nationalist. Those who come from Ukraine, I think without a doubt, the vast majority of them would want to go back to Ukraine when the war is over. And therefore, the right thing to do is to see them, these refugees, to make sure they're not on the streets. Forget about what happened on the gates of Ben Gurion Airport. We should give them food. We should give them a solution for clothing. We should give them short-term visas so they can work. Because if we look at these interests, it is our interest that these people will have the tools to live, to breathe, while they're escaping war. And I think that this thing, and in conversations, it's kind of like reverse psychology. I will say it, that some have been about there have been some racist comments made about Africans because the African immigrants didn't get working visas. So now suddenly those who are in charge of immigration will come and say, what, so now if we have Ukrainian refugees, we'll give them working visas now? But when they were refugees from Africa, they didn't get any working visas, and these are huge dilemmas. But it's very silly because you can't right a wrong with another wrong. You have to find a better solution. You have to allow these people, as I've said, temporary security, temporary safety. We need to respect ourselves, our heritage, and our Jewish values. And then afterwards, when the dust will settle, hopefully the war will be over, and also to allow them to return to their homes. As for the immigrants who have come, I think that today at midnight we will be reaching the 20,000 mark. It was a huge national operation, a great, tremendous effort made by my ministry and also the Ministry of the Interior. I can also say good things. And IDF soldiers who always knew to be part of this kind of mission of getting immigrants to Israel. They are working very diligently, and we should really thank them because they don't see their homes. There are 40 hotels around Israel, and it's fantastic. It means that we know how to carry out large assignments if we want to, and we know how to carry out in practice the reason why Israel has been established, to be a safe home for Jews in routine times as well as emergency times. Which leads me directly to the civil war in Ethiopia. There again, there's another humanitarian crisis. The Falashmuras are still left behind, and I now understand that the Supreme Court has removed all obstacles on the path to bringing them here. Will the Israeli government practice what it preaches in terms of the policy you've just described? The Israeli government, look, I am part of the government. I view myself, since I've come to Israel, since I've immigrated, the most Israeli person. No person would, seem to me more Israeli than me. I was raised that way by my grandfather and my family, who I view as really those keepers of the heritage of Judaism in the circumstances that were not easy in Ethiopia. But I must say very honestly and sometimes a bit brutally, and it doesn't make me less Zionist if I say that, and because I'm central right in terms of my political views. It doesn't mean I preserve the image of Israel less, but the immigration wave from Ethiopia has never been treated the same way as other waves of immigration. And this is the kind of righting of the wrong that I've been trying to do in my ministry. When people talk to me about culture, I talk about Zionism. When people talk to me about Zionism, it doesn't mean that I won't promote doctors and engineers and high tech and to really give the tools, but at the same time, first and foremost, when we talk about immigration, we talk about Zionism. And unfortunately, just as there have been huge battles in Ethiopian Jewry in the 1980s and 1990s, so the same is today. I feel that they are alone, they are fighting alone, and I am the only one fighting for it. On the way over, I received a video of a mother who is in Tigray with a child, and she is a skeleton, and these are not the kind of wars that we know. She is a skeleton, and her baby is on the brink of death. And when mothers come to me, and when there are protesters outside my house, I told them on this last Friday, come have coffee with me. And when a protester told me that a nephew of his had his father die during the operation to bring Ethiopian immigrants to Israel, and he said nobody's doing anything, or two elderly Israelis who left for Tigray before the war, but no one's heard of them. When do we hear? You hear about rescue operations, but they're stuck there and nobody's helping them out. And the camps in Gondar and Addis that need to be stopped, that need to be ended. So all that I bring to the government's table. I am backed up and supported by the head of my party. But I think it should have been something that was not a partisan issue, because that's what our image is all about. We should put an end to this saga, we should put an end to this pain. And I see that this loneliness is not only on the political front. I often hear reporters who have never met Kaisers or any family, waiting for the family members, have never come to the home of Ethiopians, sit on the news and delegitimize and say that not a single Jew has remained in Ethiopia. Can anyone say that? That is so pretentious. And therefore I will continue fighting this battle. In 2 weeks' time, a plane will be landing, the first plane after many, many complex months with budget problems and the problem with the High Court of Justice. And we had also had a diplomatic crisis with Ethiopia because their crusaders didn't come in for Easter because of a few people who were illegal aliens. And I hope that together with the immigrants, we will also provide a solution for the Beta Israel community from Tigray, who are Jews full-fledged through and through. Well, the clock is continuing with its strategy and ticking away, and I still have so many questions, but I do want to end on an optimistic note. So once the government completes its term in office, and I wish you that it will continue all the way to the end, what will be the dream that you would want to see becoming a reality as the Ministry of Aliyah and Integration? Wow, what a good question. I'm already living some of these dreams. I wanted immigration to be talked about. I didn't want immigrants to be transparent, but I do think there is a conversation, there is a dialogue happening because of geopolitical changes and because of wars, unfortunately, as well, but because immigrants are coming. And my dream is 1 million immigrants a decade. There's a good opportunity for that now. Yes, with all due respect, and I have a lot of respect for the diaspora Jews, and it's important for the connection to be strengthened, but I do want to create more and more drivers, and not only drivers, but incentives. We don't want incentives and drivers like anti-Semitism and wars and people escaping. There are several. There are quite a few immigrants that need to be triggered, that need to have a positive incentive. And that's what we need to be doing. We need to be creating these positive incentives. I talked about the Maccabiah before, so it's another great opportunity to really embrace the young Jewish generation from 80 countries around the world that are watching the games, that are being exposed to Israel, and then choose sometimes to also remain here, to immigrate to Israel. And then we can also need, we're going to have to solve the housing problem as well, but I think we can definitely do that if we have good steps in place. Thank you so much, Ms. Prina Temano-Shata, Israeli Minister of Aliyah and Integration. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the minister. We've known each other since the times that we worked together in the authority. As they become a multipolar world, and the developments of this new global order and its implications for Israel, I am honored to present the next session, which will involve the Professor Shlomo Ben-Ami, former Israeli Minister of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Shai Har-Tzvi, Senior Researcher at the IPS, and Ms. Galia Lavi, China researcher, and the moderator, Tal Schneider, political and diplomatic correspondent for the Times of Israel. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very glad to be here. So we were already introduced and we don't have much time, so let's go straight into the topic of our discussion. We're talking about a multipolar world and the implications for Israel, and I'd like to begin with you, former Israeli Minister of Foreign Affairs. Before we saw what happened between Russia and Ukraine, and we're seeing a significant change in the balance of power between the superpowers. So how do you see the global arena from the perspective of the war between Russia and Ukraine? We've been talking about a multipolar world for many years. It didn't start with the war in Ukraine, but I think that there was a change that started with Donald Trump. I think he was the first who abandoned the traditional U.S. concept about how relations with China and trade with China could lead to change within China. And Biden is continuing that trend, the trend that Trump began, and he is putting even more emphasis on that, more sanctions, more military agreements, like the agreements in the Pacific area, the abandoning the previous notion that NATO is no longer relevant. And China has also abandoned over the last few years its traditional approach that about increasing its power in peaceful ways. It's become much more assertive. It's not becoming involved in wars or signing agreements. That's not part of China's policy. The U.S. has fought many wars in the region, and China has not fired a single shot in any of those wars. But it is also withdrawing inwardly, all that the aspect of disassociating itself. Its model is changing. There's more internal consumption, less involvement in international trade. These are two very powerful forces that are facing one another. When Biden became president, he saw China as a goal, and then suddenly the war started. And then there was Russia, the revisionist, that wanted to change the existing order in Europe, and that suddenly became his biggest problem. So that obviously puts the U.S. leadership to the test. And I think in general, it is doing a relatively good job. It has succeeded in uniting NATO, uniting the West, and uniting the world, the countries in the West with regard to sanctions. And this is increasing the gaps with China, because China is facing a significant problem. If it's interested in Taiwan, if it has military interests in the region of the China Sea, it will bear an enormous burden, and that is its dollar assets. all the institutions that were established after World War II, the World Bank, the IMF, these are all institutions that the West is using as weapons. It could use them as weapons against Taiwan, against China as well. So the burden that China is bearing are the astronomical dollar assets that it owns. So now there is an acceleration of a process that began earlier of de-dollarization. The trade between Russia and China has been managed in either won or euro instead of dollars. And from the mostly polar perspective, it is likely that the outcome of this war, and maybe not even of the war, it's a process that's accelerating, that is possible that there will be more rigid blocks than the ones that we've become accustomed to since the Soviet Union collapsed. And it was the United States leading the free world, and that's something else that Biden has done. He declared war of the democratic countries against the assertive countries. He gave an ideological perspective on it. So there will be the United States and its allies on the one side, and on the other side there will be the authoritative regimes like Russia and China. Even though the relations between those two countries aren't so great, the biggest collapse that occurred recently in the stock market in Shanghai was the result of a rumor that China would be providing military assistance for Russia. That didn't happen, but they have an alliance against the West. And another thing that is there isn't an issue of an interest-based identity. I just want to use our time the best way possible and give everyone an opportunity to speak. So I'd like to move on to Galia, Lavit, hear what you had like to say. None of us thought that China would suddenly take Russia's side. And as was said before, China never fired a single shot at any stage. But on the other hand, it is building up its military force. We see the Australians and the Japanese that are very concerned about different maneuvers and the buildup of different of the Chinese ships and the Chinese Navy. And on the other hand, we see Russia weakening, or maybe even if we don't see it now, then in the next few years we probably will, and that's giving China a lot of confidence. I'll begin by saying that as Western countries, most of the participants, most of the audience is Western, we tend to assume we understand China and what it wants, and the West always assumes that China is going to change very soon, become democratic very soon, will start operating the way we expect it to. But China does what is good for China and what is good for the survivability of the Communist Party. And what is good for the Communist Party is for its people to succeed, to do well. And what China thinks about the way China perceives the world, China thinks that it has succeeded after many years of being way behind technologically. China has finally managed to close the gaps to some degree between China and the United States. And on the other hand, it's deteriorating from other perspectives. China understands that it still has a long road ahead, and it could not challenge the United States, at least from the military perspective. The Chinese military buildup is designed to protect its economic interests in different places, including in the Middle East. And this gradual buildup is consistent what it's doing in the southern China Sea, even though they didn't fire a single shot in the context of war, but they certainly are challenging the armies in the region, including the United States. So their rhetoric of the peaceful rise is all good and well, but in practice they're doing different things, and they will use force if necessary. But if they can manage without it, then why? And the world is closing its eyes? No, the world isn't turning a blind eye, but the United States for many years tried to contain China. And then Donald Trump came and changed that strategy to some extent. he didn't really have a strategy, but the measures that he took worked in China's favor, because one of the main things he did was to leave different alliances and organizations, and China is very good at identifying opportunities and filling vacuums. So China had an opportunity to create small cooperations and small collaborations and increase its leverage on different countries. So Biden is going back a little bit to the period before Trump, for the Obama period, and which is why China doesn't like Biden as much. And going back to the war in Ukraine, one of China's achievements one of the implications for China could be that the U.S. is not declining as much as China thought. It was able to create a coalition, also thanks to Putin. And the decline of Putin and the decline of Russia, whatever happens in the end, will certainly play into China's hands, because it's Russia's collaborations or China's collaborations as well. So China has identified an enormous opportunity here. Professor Hartzby, we'd like to hear from you now. When we talked about what Russia did, what you call the dynamics of acceleration, of escalation, for months, people stood by as the United States exposed the intelligence and warned about what would happen, and things happened as presented by the spokespeople of the different departments in the United States. It was very interesting to see how things developed. So what can we learn from that for the new global order? First of all, we can see that sometimes there's a difference between intelligence that could be very, very accurate and the actions that are done by the decision makers, which don't always match up. And we saw how things evolve. The global order is changing, certainly compared to what we've seen in the last 3 decades. And it's still difficult to predict what will happen next. I think that we are entering a war of attrition. Each side has kind of conflicting strategy. The United States has a strategy that says that we will destroy the Russian economy. They're not talking only about stopping the Russian army, but rather overcoming the Russian army. And I think that in the back of back of their minds, the Americans feel that in order to end the fighting, it might be necessary for their regime to change in Russia, even though they don't say that straight out, other than a slip of Biden's mouth a few weeks ago. The army is kind of stuck in place. We see there's more of a focus on the east and the south. There's use of nuclear rhetoric. We don't know whether Putin will use it or not, but the fact that he mentions the nuclear capabilities, use of energy, I would say historical rhetoric, the arguments about the Holocaust all the time between Russia and Ukraine. We're there in the middle, but both sides are using the Holocaust very intensively. There's also the matter of wheat. Russia is borrowing wheat, quote unquote, and preventing Ukraine from exporting wheat. In Moldova and in other places, the Russia efforts are ongoing. It's for the long term. And from my perspective, I think that we are going in the direction of a very bloody war of attrition. And from the moment that Putin wanted to change the entire order in the area, I think that now he understands that he is also fighting to maintain his power. He can't afford to stop, because losing from his perspective has significant implications on his ability to remain in power. So we are facing a long and ongoing conflict. And from the global perspective, if he had entered the war, if he thought that Russia and China would have established an axis against the United States, that might have happened. But when making the decision who will be the leader and who will be the follower, Russia has certainly marked the path for the future. There was a good relationship from the Russian perspective with China that lasted for quite a few years. Russia had very close ties with Israel, and the Prime Minister of Israel was very proud of the number of telephone conversations with Putin. It was an electoral asset. They sought each other out, and of course the government has been replaced. But if it hadn't been for the war, the current Prime Minister would have sought out good relations with Putin as well. So how does that affect? What are these implications for Israel, considering that the rest of the West is looking at Putin from such a negative perspective? Where are our relations with Russia going? The longer this war lasts, it's more and more difficult to predict what the American policies will be in the next years. If the policies will be, as it seems now, to contain Russia, not only in Europe and also in other arenas, including in the Middle East, then for us it will be almost impossible to stay on the fence. We've decided on a path that is somewhat neutral, and as we've seen, in those cases you don't satisfy either side. The United States, if it pursues a policy of its aggressive and assertive containment, then that will happen in the Middle East as well. That won't be easy for us. And this is true for China as well. Their demands, considering China is the greatest opponent, China's demands of its Israeli allies also affected the technological cooperation between Israel and China, etc. There will be growing pressure. I know this isn't one of the things that fit into the formula of strategic considerations, but I have a feeling that Putin has somewhat of a soft spot towards Israel. I had an anecdote from a dinner that I shared with him and seven other people at a conference in Sochi a few years ago. And I asked him a question about the Middle East, and he didn't stop talking about the Russian Jews who live here and how much he admires Israel. And it's part of the Russian narrative. The ethnic question that we see in Europe about how him wanting to connect Russia to the Russian minorities in the region. So I think that we will have to distinguish between making a decision about what's happening in Syria regarding our ability to attack there is a strategic interest that we can't do without, or it's a tactical interest that, compared with the strategic interest of our alliance with the United States and the West, then that should be the deciding factor. And a final comment, I think that Israel, based on what was said by the former Chief of General Staff and I think it's wonderful that we had these classic security officials who were here and talked about spoke in depth about the aspects of Israeli existence beyond the military perspective. And I would like to add, in the spirit of what they said, that Israeli democracy is a strategic asset. It's a strategic asset for who? Yes, for Israel. It's a strategic asset for Israel, and positioning ourselves as part of the Western camp is crucial for us. There is no precedence for the types of relationship we have with the United States. We never had such unique relations with the United States, and this has to be maintained in the most traditional way possible. And when the United States asks us to back it, then we have to cooperate. The military assistance that the United States gave Ukraine at the beginning of the war was $800 million, while it approved $1 billion for the Iron Dome. So these are relationships that have to be preserved. So if the containment goes beyond that, I think that we won't have any choice but to distance ourselves from Putin to a greater extent, maybe to provide additional support for Ukraine. We have to be more associated with that side, especially considering the assistance that the United States gives Ukraine. The end of this war will not end well. A a Russian victory will be bad, but Russian loss will be bad as well. The goal of the U.S. in this war is to think about the day after. What will happen afterwards? How to maintain Russia as a force that can be incorporated in some type of European security order. With its enormous geographical expanses and its nuclear capabilities and its military the fact that it has lost the second war in 100 years, it will have to find some way of compromising with Russia. Peace is not a matter of justice. We're facing the similar situation with the Palestinians. Peace is a matter of stability and balance, and I hope that they will able to reach some type of agreement with Russia that will not end with Russia being completely conquered. Galia, we were facing united pressure from the United States to disconnect ourselves from the Chinese technology and Chinese infrastructure. And the United States are now very busy, but they don't forget. And we know we were familiar with the American administrations. They're always very involved in things that are happening here in this area. What do you think about the relations with China considering these developments?
American pressure has not stopped. It continues all the time with Ukraine, without Ukraine at any given moment. The pressure on infrastructure, I think, was more visual. The real pressure should be both and will continue to increase on advanced technologies, which is the main importance of this issue. In terms of China, China also understands that we're kind of in a waiting period. We're waiting to see how we will formulate things. What will the American pressures be? On the one hand, China knows that Israel has already chosen which side it's on. Of course, it's going with the United States. There will be a need to formulate a policy that is more organized. If right now it's between black and white, where the black is all military and white is everything else, then there should be also a gray area of right and wrong, and China understands that, and they are taking their time. From the indications that I'm receiving, there is no Chinese pressure exerted on Israel to get technological investments. On the contrary, Chinese companies have taken a step back. They're not trying to take part in tenders because of what's happening. So they understand the Israeli situation and they contain it. At this point, yes, it doesn't mean that they will forever give up on Israel. Israel is very important, not only because of the whole issue of coming here and making another million in profit, but because Israel is important because it is a mediating state between China and the United States to the Chinese, and as the Chinese view it. Israel is a small country that can perhaps be experimented on technologically, diplomatically, even to carry out a kind of experiment. It's a small enough country. It's not important enough on the one hand for China, but is important for the West. And so we could maybe conduct a bit of an experiment, not in terms of a technological experiment, but let's say a Chinese company would want to set up. Let's take the Haifa port. The Haifa port is being managed by a company that only has one port. It is a huge port, the Shanghai port, but it's the only port. And now that they're here in Israel, in their resume, they can say that they have an experience in a Western democratic country with Western standards. Now, when they want to go to tender in Europe, they have this opportunity. So basically, as Chinese do, they do for their own interest. Shai. We have, I think, integrated into the area. Egypt did not really choose a side between Ukraine and Russia. Turkey also. And here we are between these two regional powers. We, the small state of Israel, are playing the game as if we're like everyone else. And we too. I mean, that's the New World Order, having this kind of regional alliance. And it hasn't been said explicitly, but we have become a lot like our neighbors who are sitting around, behaving maybe a little desert-like in their approach. Let's take our time. Let's wait. Let's not rush. Before I answer you, just one sentence about what Shlomo said and about how we should make sure we don't defeat the Russians. I think 6 decades ago, they said that when nuclear superpowers confront one another, they should not leave each other the option between a humiliating defeat and a nuclear war. And that's a very thin line. Concretely, Israel is at a very sensitive point. Of course, the strategic ties with the United States, and of course the moral-based and value-based considerations, but also the security coordination as a consideration with Russia. Yesterday is just an example of how complex it is, and Israel is trying the shooting from Syria. But on the humanitarian side, Israel should be doing everything as much as possible without limitations. The minister spoke before, Minister Tamanoshata spoke about the medical aspects. So the Minister of Defense talked about the helmets and the jackets. This is something that Israel should be doing with no limitations, with no restraints. And as this conflict will continue, as this campaign will exacerbate, Israel's ability to continue this approach will be more complex. But again, we have some leeway, some latitude. We see how the United States is kind of conversing with Saudis, with Emiratis. So maybe Israel can really use these ties to play this triangular game and to demonstrate how valuable we are to the United States. Okay, so I'm afraid the clock is flashing 3 seconds, so good for us. We have met the schedule. Thank you so much for participating and for your fascinating answers. Thank you. Okay, so from the multipolar world, let's now talk about domestic arenas. The Abraham Accords wanted to establish the status, and have also established the status of Israel in the Middle East, have not managed to remove from the agenda the Palestinian issue. And on this topic, we will invite the next panel that looks reality in the eye. I'm happy to invite Lieutenant General in Reserves Shalom Mofaz, former Israeli Minister of Defense, former Chief of IDF Staff, Major General in Reserves Amos Gilad, head of the IPS, who will be moderated by Ms. Liat Regev, journalist and presenter at Kan, the Israeli Public Broadcasting Corporation, as well as IBC's Russian B radio and news channel. The title of this session is Israel and the Palestinians Facing Reality. Wait, I haven't even taken the microphone and the clock is starting to tick. Order and discipline. Okay, so we have 25 minutes to resolve the Palestinian conflict. We hope that we will manage to do that, and we want to look into the future while also trying to gain as much insight as possible from the past. And we are having this conversation when in the backdrop we have some question marks. Perhaps question mark is an understatement when we ask whether we can even reach an arrangement with the Palestinians, or whether we are simply going ahead with a binational state. Are we kind of at a dead end? Shaul, how do you see things? Hello everyone, I am delighted to be here. I think that it is a good time of day to be discussing the Israeli policy. I think that Israel cannot talk about its future if it does not briefly review its past, particularly with the Palestinian Authority. And with your permission, I would like to speak for a few minutes as an introduction for this session about a trauma that happened in Israel between 1992 and 2002, from great hope of an arrangement of a peace process, those secret talks that began in 1992 with the Palestinians, Oslo in 93, and the second part of Oslo in 95. We really thought we were heading for an arrangement, and I think that most of the Israeli public was there, the Israeli leadership, 3 governments, Rabin's government, Netanyahu's government, and Barak's government made tremendous efforts in order to reach this arrangement. And what happened? I call it this armed conflict of 2002 with Palestinians, we had to get the reservists from the IDF and to go into this really harsh campaign, one of the hardest wars that Israel has fought. People ask me, how is it one of the harshest? And I say, because of its outcomes. Between September 2000 and March 2002, Israel lost hundreds of citizens, of civilians who were murdered, and the ratio was 70-30. 70% of casualties were Israeli citizens, children and adults, and 30% were security forces. And that was intolerable until we went out to Operation Defensive Shield. And now the tables have turned. If in the past most of the Palestinian public supported Arafat when the conflict began in 2000, which the intelligence alerted us to and told us and warned us it was going to happen, but the political echelon did not accept this alert. It was one of the rarest times when, while the IDF prepared, we got to March 2002 with the defense establishment being prepared. And we ended this campaign with two things that are very clear happening. The first is military defeat. Wherever we were, we defeated the terror. And just imagine, just close your eyes and imagine 50,000 troops going into all the teeny tiny alleyways and refugee camps and Palestinian markets in the cities, arresting 8,000 Palestinians, hundreds of terrorists. And we in fact shifted the paradigm, the Israeli paradigm. We were no longer in a war of attrition, we were leading to defeat, and this defeat was a victory over the hearts and minds of the Palestinians, particularly their leaders, but also the men on the street, those who supported terror. And I think that nowadays, if we now try to answer this question, these days reality is rather different. Look, the Israeli public, after the second intifada, it wasn't an intifada, it was an armed conflict, and a planned one, planned by Arafat. And after this point in time, the Israeli public did not anymore believe in this process with the Palestinians, and it's carrying on to this day. The public, we used to say, shifted rightwards. It's become more right-wing. And the Palestinian public had a kind of reverse trend. Those who supported terror, 70% of Palestinians had backed Arafat up when he was the ultimate leader of the Palestinians. The entire world backed him up. We were the only ones who dared to say he is choosing terror, and they said, don't say that. When we said, when I say we, I mean the IDF. And now the Palestinians want to have an Israeli identity card, Israeli citizenship. More and more Palestinians want to be Israeli citizens. And to answer your question, which alternatives do we have in the state of Israel? It is a national question. It is beyond security. It is beyond which party you support. Security is a must, and it has been attained. Even though we do have terror attacks, the current situation in terms of security is very different than it was before Operation Defensive Shield. And we know that we can do that because of the situation we've reached, because of the global understanding that it is our right and it is a prerogative to go into Area A, where the Palestinians are in control, because we cannot leave our security up to the Palestinian security apparatuses. And Shaul, is this the most we can get to 20 years after Operation Defensive Shield, which when you were the head of the IDF? Is this the most we can do? It'll always be this way, every so often, every few years or even less, there'll be a surge of terror, lone wolf terrorists, or maybe not lone wolves. Israel will defeat them, we'll have quiet for a few years, and then we'll have an operation in Gaza again, following another surge of terror? That's a great question. I talked about the public. Let's look at what happened to the leadership. After Arafat, we had Abu Mazen in power in 2005. He has been in power for the last 17 years, head of the PA, head of the Fatah, and the president. And here, governments have changed. prime ministers have changed, at least 3 prime ministers we've had in this time frame. And in this equation, where are we headed? What's the future? Well, that's the role being played by the leadership. Palestinians have elected who they elected. And Mazen, by the way, back in 2005, I was the Minister of Defense when he was elected, and he said, we want to stop the armed intifada. We are in favor of one authority, one law, and one weapon. Now, he's no Zionist. There's no, he's a Palestinian. He wants to take care of his people, but he is a weak leader. He is 87 years old, if I'm not mistaken, 87, even more, and he is being perceived as a weak leader by the Palestinians. And he has to face a terror organization, Hamas, and his last statement following the death of the journalist in Jenin is due to his weakness, because his status is weak among the Palestinians. Now, I don't see him as a partner for a peace agreement. It's not on the horizon, it's not on the cards. But what's happened in Israel is that we also have a political structure that I don't think will continue for long. I mean, I hope it does, but politically I don't think it's going to stay strong, and it's finding it very difficult to make long-term decisions. The only thing that is uniting the current coalition is that they don't want Bibi Netanyahu to be prime minister. But there are 3 voices, and therefore here too, in terms of leadership on both sides, I don't see any maturity. There are people sitting here who are insightful, who are clever, sitting here in the first few rows. Certainly Amos will be able to talk about that. The alternatives are very limited. Either we go into peace talks, which I don't think will happen, or we'll continue dragging our heels in the current reality. But time is against us. This is not a good time for Israel. The security issues are not as bad as just dragging our heels, and then the problem will be that none of the founders of the State of Israel, certainly no one who has fought for it or led for it, would want this to happen, that we will have a binational state, and one day there'll be a Palestinian majority here or an Arab majority here instead of a Jewish one. But I am fearing this situation more than the worst days of the Intifada. We may be losing our national Jewish basis as the State of Israel. And therefore, I think it is time to make a decision. It's not tomorrow morning. It is right now in this generation. The current generation has to make this fateful decision. If we don't want to keep heading in this direction, if we don't want to go into yet another conflict with these 2 societies, the Israeli society versus the Palestinian one, then we must take our future into our own hands and say what we want ultimately, to decide our borders and to announce them, and to keep living our lives by allowing the Palestinians to also live their lives, but to leave things as they are now, that in any passing day, any passing minute is just going against us. That is not good for Israel. Amos. Yes, you can applaud Shaul, not the situation, unfortunately. Amos, I just wanted to ask you, first of all, I know that you share Shaul's view of things, and can you already describe the scene of this one-state solution, this binational state? You told me this week that it was a dead end. Yes, we're already there. In any university, you can take an exam twice, and we were wrong both times. And you can only take a 3rd test if you were on reserve duty. And I want to explain. Arafat, I personally was a friend of his. It might sound strange to Shlomo. I was a personal friend of Arafat's. I visited him in Tunisia, I visited him in Gaza, in Cairo, I even flew on his airplane. But I wanted him dead. And by the way, in the Middle East, there's no contrast, there's no contradiction between the two. I mean, it's okay if you want to kill someone, even though you're his friend. And Arafat fooled us. The only one who listened to me when I said that was the Chief of General Staff Mufaz sitting here with us. He was the only one who listened to me. Everyone else, when I presented this, the political echelon, they said I was wrong, even though they let me talk for 47 minutes. And what was the mistake we made? He was an arch-terrorist who wanted to make peace, including the right of return. He was willing, Arafat, to compromise on between 250 and 400,000 refugees. And then we got to the second intifada. And if it weren't for Lieutenant General in Reserves Shaul Mufaz, and he said, where did you get this information from? And we explained the intelligence, all the capabilities. And why do they pay the intelligence money if it shouldn't alert? I don't have an answer to that question to this day. The second thing is Abu Mazen. As Shaul has said, he is not a member of the Zionist movement, and I don't think he will be either. However, he is against terror. It's thanks to him that until now there has not been violence along the axes. That's what we want is the IDF to do. IDF has so many battalions as a result of Operation Defensive Shield, and with all the developments there was quiet, and IDF was able to focus on the main threat, which is the strategy, which is Iran. Now we're already invested in it. So what did they invent? A genius invention. You can make peace without the Palestinians. Okay, perhaps you can. What do we care? What does Mohammed bin Zayed care about 1,300,000 people if we get stuck here with a community conflict? Now Abu Mazen coordinates with us in terms of security, and he's not in favor of terrorism, and no one on the political echelon is talking to him. Everyone used to crawl on their hands and knees to Arafat. I don't want to give any plastic descriptions. He kissed me as well, and I told my wife by mistake, and that's just my personal mistakes. But with Abu Mazen, no one's even talking to the poor guy, except the head of the ISA, the Shabak, because he is in charge of combating terrorism. The Minister of Defense is the only one who does it, but only recently, because he understands. And it's those in the IDF who maybe should withdraw from him. They are the ones who are willing to talk to him because they realize that they are not a military force. Now, Abu Mazen, he thinks he's eternal. I personally think, as I say, he is mistaken. He's 87 years old and counting, and he will probably die soon, and I think that I personally estimate that he is closer to dying than he is to being born. And so when he will disappear, what is the heritage he's leaving behind? Because if it's Sinwar, then we speak to him through the Egyptians, and if he would accept us directly, we would go directly. And Sinwar is playing the same game we did. He doesn't want to cope with the IDF, and so he's saying, okay, they took away my tunnels, I'm not going to harm the communities around Gaza, let's light a religious fire, and the fire will come out of Jerusalem and it will burn Israel together with the Muslims. Does he see the fruit of his labor? Yes, in Operation Guardian of the Walls has begun a conflict between Israeli Arabs and Israeli Jews, and now Jerusalem can have fire coming out of it. So ultimately, hello and welcome. I don't want to speak too long because I want Shaul to speak longer, but I just want to say to you that there is a strategic mistake happening with the Palestinians, with the current leadership, the fact that we're not just talking to them, and all those who are the heirs, and I know them each personally, they are just going to compete who is going to be more violent. Wait, Amos, and what's the most important thing is the one state. What do we want? Israel, we want it to be Jewish and democratic. That's the basis. Wait, Amos, I just want to hone what you just said. You're saying that after Abu Mazen, we won't have anyone to talk to? We really won't have a partner to speak to? Look, we asked MK Mansour Abbas to come here and tell you why. And you know why? Because he is a historical leader. I don't think there is such leadership anymore. It's like we said, the fever is is broken. What does it mean that the fever has broken? If I have a thermometer and I break it, then the fever has broken. And if I turn on the air conditioning, it doesn't mean that the heat has disappeared. We cannot ignore the Palestinian issue. So I'm trying to understand the solution. The solution is, in history, well, Shlomo is sitting here and others who can teach me are sitting here, but in history there are two kinds of solutions. One is the one you initiate, and one is when you're passive in a situation, and the solution just happens. And we are becoming one entity, and that will have tremendous implications, and I think that we should beat this. And I think that, and I hope this continues, we have invited MK Mansour Abbas to salute him for his leadership, because I think it is rare bravery what he's doing. And that's it. I think that we are in reality, and I'm giving you the microphone back.
On the one hand, and you said there's no political feasibility to reach a conclusion now, and we have to decide now. We have to decide on our boundaries. Can you make a decision now about the boundaries? Is it clear to you what our boundaries with the Palestinians should be? On a personal level, my answer is yes, but on a national level, I don't think that this government has any type of strategy about a future agreement with the Palestinians by definition. And each part of the current coalition believes in a different path and in a different outcome. As I said that the time has come for a decision to be made, I meant our generation. Our generation must not leave the problem open for the next generations, for our grandchildren. Our children are serving in the army now, and I believe that over the last decades, I personally, and the country in general, had many conflicts, and the time has come to reach an agreement. If we can't reach an agreement between the two sides, and Israel has to decide on its own boundaries and declare them, and to pass it in the state as a law. I don't think it's going to happen in this government, as I said before, because I don't think that it will be able to make any far-reaching decisions, and I would like to join with Mansour Abbas. I think that the good thing that happened with this government is that it has that side as well. It has an Arab party that is part of the government of Israel and supports the government and supports the state of Israel. I think that's an enormous achievement of the Israeli government and of Mansour Abbas personally. But without reaching a decision with this threat of a binational country, I think that the state of Israel may lose what we established here over the course of 74 years. Many people in the peace camp as well look at what's happening in Judea and Samaria, and they wonder what you mean when you say boundaries. Where will you draw the boundaries? If you look at the construction, the Jewish construction in Judea and Samaria, can you say that it's even practical to define boundaries there? The processes that the state of Israel has undergone, at least especially in the last 20 years since the Operation Protective Edge and the disengagement, one good thing has happened to Israel in the realization of the state of Israel. When we decided on the disengagement, and there are disagreements in the Israeli society about whether it was the right thing to do or not, and I completely supported that, and I thought that there was no reason for us to be there, even though I'm considered a hawk from that perspective. I believe that we had no security or national interests there. I think it was the right thing to do, but the big thing that happened as a result of the disengagement is that the world, and especially the United States and other Western countries, realized today, acknowledge the settlement blocks in Judea and Samaria, and there we have national and security interests. There we have to fight, and we have to remain in areas where there is an Israeli consensus. How does that coincide with the boundaries that you're talking about, withdrawing borders and disengaging from the Palestinians? At the time, I believed that the security barrier that we built, it was the result of a lot of thought. There may be cracks or holes in the wall, but they will be repaired. And it was very beneficial for Israeli security and for the Palestinian economy. So if there's a problem of people who have to come in, then we should need more crossings, not more breaches in the wall. I believe that that recognition of the settlement blocks, and it's not by accident that that in many places the security fence is near these blocks. I think that the majority of the Palestinian people will be willing to accept the large blocks. I'm not talking about the illegal or isolated settlements that can be brought into the larger blocks. This was part of the achievement of our broader campaign. The Palestinians that supported terror activity, supported Arafat, said, wait a minute, the Jews know, the Israelis know how to fight. They're not the same Israelis that that pulled out of Lebanon as they see it and didn't want to fight anymore. The reserves were called, showed up. 130%. They said, what do you mean? People came, people who were no longer doing army service. It was a moment of national resilience that the Jewish society accepted that when its blood is being shed, it fights and it is victorious. And when the achievement, then the goal was achieved and the settlement blocks were acknowledged, were recognized, it was time to make a decision. And pushing it off is causing harm to the future of the state of Israel. And I certainly hope that the leadership, that the next generation of leaders, and there are excellent people in our generation, and the next generation, they will be able to reach a decision. We have just a few seconds. We really have to end now, and I just want to ask, in conclusion, to close the Palestinian issue that we talked about in brief. I want to talk about the issue of the Gaza Strip. Assuming we're able to reach an agreement with Judea and Samaria and the PA, what do you do with the Gaza Strip? It's still there. Hamas, as it operates now under Sanwar, it says as follows. He wants incitement. He wants to offer everything. He wants to get rid of Abu Mazen. He wants to take over Judea and Samaria as well. He tried to assassinate him as well. And then they complained in Qatar. They ate dinner together and then came back. And then Qatar wished them all good luck. This is a very, very dangerous enemy. The way it speaks. Maybe it will neutralize the ability to reach an agreement in Judea and Samaria as well. The fact that what do? We say that let's keep them deterred and weakened. And what is that? What do we mean by that? What happens? They gain strength. If we talk to Hamas on the one hand and Abu Mazen differently, when I was the coordinator for activity in the occupied territories, I would meet with Abu Mazen all the time, even before he was elected, not because we were brothers, but because I thought it was important to have to maintain dialogue. What has to be done is to work with those who believe in a political solution and with those who object to terrorism. If they support terrorism, then they'll join the Iranian ring that is growing tighter. And that is my summary of the detailed review that Shaul Mofaz was able to give us. And we're very fortunate that he was the Chief of General Staff during those terrible times. Thank you very much. And I hope we're successful. Thank you. We talked a little bit about the Palestinian conflict about a year after Operation Guardian of the Walls. And now we have an Arab party in the coalition, and we must talk about the relations between Arab and Jews in Israel. I am honored to welcome one of the most influential politicians in the Knesset, and Dr. Michael Milstein, a senior researcher at the IPS at Reichman University. So we've reached the final session of this conference. This is a session that talks about the deepest points in the Israeli strategy and its general conduct. But it's not that it is less important than the other strategic issues that we talked about today. In many ways, this aspect, as we've seen over the past year, this aspect may even be more important. The past year, since last May, in many ways has been a year of turmoil, probably one of the most dramatic years in the history of Arab society in Israel and in Jewish-Arab relations in Israel. Incidents that began in May, the most severe clashes between Arabs and Jews, and this was part of the deepest involvement of Israeli Arabs in Israeli politics, and the leader of this effort is Dr. Mansour Abbas, chair of the Ra'am party. And Dr. Mansour, I think that we'll begin with a question that looks back at the past year from your perspective. You started with an initiative that was groundbreaking, and how would you summarize it? If we start to compare where we were last year on the verge of civil war, I think the clash at the time was not between the Arabs and the police. It was between civilians, which is why it was different from the events of October 2000. And if we start from that point, if we look at the starting point, then we certainly are in a positive balance, and we're going in the right way, in the right direction, despite all the challenges and all the attempts and the suspicion of people about whether it will succeed or not. We managed to overcome all of the obstacles so far, and the challenge that we began with, which still exists, is to allow this process to continue and to maintain the coalition, maintain the government, even with a definite majority of 61 or 60 votes. People say that the coalition has weakened. In my opinion, after following the developments and being part of the political developments over the past year, the challenge is basically the same. So the fact that Idit Selman left the coalition doesn't bother me, because I think that if we continue working in the right way, time is working in our favor in general. And from the perspective of Arab society, there is no doubt that it was able to break new ground. At least the Jewish population, the Arab population now has several options. It's generally dogmatic. What was is what will be. And despite the fact that there are parties from different ends of the spectrum, there's a party with a more Islamic tendencies and more communist tendencies, but overall the goals are shared. The goals were always shared, but now at least the goals were always the same. But now you have another alternative. If you also want to say that there are others, there are those that don't even participate in the elections. They're not part of the political game, or they are involved in a negative way. And then there are those who are involved. They participate, but only to a certain extent. They want change, but they don't want to understand that this change is the result of a process of partnership. Our party the United Arab Party said that it would work with cooperation as a partnership, not a partnership as a result of the change. How will the change be made without a partnership? So on the political level and from the perspective of the status of Arab society, we're going in the right direction. And also, if we want to talk about economic and social issues, education and arrangements in the Negev, etc., what we say is that we're talking about about 27 5-year plan that include agriculture and even sports. If we want to talk, then it's very important to emphasize these issues. And even though we're still talking about reducing gaps, if we manage to implement these plans and move forward, then we will be able to start talking about closing gaps. It's also very important not to forget the very painful issue of violence and crime within Arab society that is being projected into all of Israeli society. This has been the first year, 2022. This is the first year in which the curve that was always rising, the graph of violence and crime has always been rising, and now we're suddenly seeing a decrease, 30% decrease in murder cases and shootings. And another aspect is that in Arab society, the discourse is about taking responsibility for ourselves. The police will do its job, and the government plays an important role as well. But the other side that talks about taking responsibility for ourselves and doing what has to be done, if there's violence and crime in Arab society, it is often culture-based. We object to the argument that this is part of our culture, but some people consider family honor part of the killings as part of our culture. But the society has to develop a new set of values that will address these issues. But this summary reflects the fact that we're going in the right direction. So despite the difficulties and the challenges and everything else that is happening that influence us, especially things that have happened in the last month, we managed to overcome these difficulties because we see the process going in the right direction. And Dr. Mansour, do you think that Arab society as a whole sees things in this way as well? Do you think that they're also seeing the achievements? Because we have heard criticism saying that this attempt isn't really working and we don't really see the fruit of these efforts. That the Arab society is like Jewish society and Israeli society in general. There are disagreements, there are different factions, different sectors. Each ideological denomination has different ideology. There's the northern Islam, there's the southern Islam, there's the nationalists and the communists, etc. So there certainly are disagreements within Arab population, and there are political parties that pursue the cooperation between they always explained that the goals would be obtained through Jewish-Arab partnership. And how is that actually, how do they perceive that as being carried out? It is stopped it reaches a very, very limited type of cooperation within Israeli society. And our party talks about all of the Israeli Jewish population from end to end as a single unit. I accept that. And I'm not trying to change anyone. I am changing myself. I'm making changes within my own sector. We have support within the Arab sector. You know that all of the polls show about 65% support for the process itself. And of course, we won't compare the power of the United Arab Party as a party that still comes from a very specific sector within the Arab sector, the Islamic movement, and you still have a hard time reaching the other ethnic groups like the Druze. And then there's the Islamic group that don't always agree with everything that we say. So our role is also in order to close the gap between support for our party as a group, as a party that is leading a process, and the support that we receive in general from Arab society, we have to adopt ourselves as a party to become more open and more containing of other ability, with a greater ability to contain other groups, but still linked to the Islamic movement. That's our home. That's where we come from. there were a few, we discussed this several times, and people have said to me that it would have been wonderful if the United Arab Party wasn't affiliated with the Islamic movement. In that case, we would lose 70% of the meaning of the significance of the process that we're carrying out. The fact that a party that was established at the initiative of the Islamic movement with all of its ideological and religious context, it is possible that there is no other party that could have gone through the process that we did. And therefore, it's very important for the United Arab Party to remain affiliated with the Islamic movement. I'm one of the leaders of the movement, and I know that the religious aspect, the religious perspective, is containing. It's tolerant and it's dynamic. It can change and it can contain new ideas, and we've already proven that.
You had an interview on the Saudi Ilaf website, and it said, "We're not the Muslim Brotherhood." What does that mean? They also published 2 days ago. These days, we are also marking 5 years to the passing of Sheikh Abdullah Nimr Darwish, who is the founder of the Islamic movement. And I did not know this interview, and then he was also asked the same question maybe 20-odd years ago, and he gave the same answer: we're not the Muslim Brotherhood. Because if you take any ideological faction, Islamic, liberal, communist, any party that is associated with this faction or this denomination will have similar aspects with other countries around the world. However, that doesn't mean that you're the same. If you have this title of an Islamic movement, a party, then of course Islam dictates many aspects. But Nimr Darwish had said that it was going to be a local movement, defined it as a movement that not only tries to, but actually balances between the various identities, and not only the civil identity as citizens of the State of Israel with the national identity, but within Arab society, we also have another identity, whether you're religious, national, local, Bedouin, Falahs, northern, southern, etc. Sheikh Abdullah Nimr Darwish had the ability to understand that he must pave a way where various identities can live together, can coexist. And I am continuing with this approach because I come from a place where you can see all the colors. My village is a Druze one. I am a Muslim minority in a Druze village, which is a minority in Arab society, which is a minority in Israeli society, which is a minority in the Middle East. And I am a member of a family that is quite small, and there are larger tribes, larger families, and that means that allocation of resources is impacted from where you live, with the region you live in, and the State of Israel. And that means that many problems that you sometimes describe in the Israeli Jewish context or Arab Jewish context, I see in a completely different way. I see it more from a value perspective. If there is a crisis, if there is racism, then the color of it is not Jewish or Arab. Its color can change based on this mosaic. And there's no distinction between good and bad, good people and bad people. This community has a certain hegemony, has a certain allocation of resources, but when you go to another community, the minority in that community becomes a majority in another community, and then they use most of the resources, and that is in the religious context, in the family context, etc. And therefore it is easier for me to cope with this complexity, both because of the background of what I learned from Sheikh Abdullah Nimr Darwish, but also because of my own personal history, which demonstrates the approach that we're talking about. And you know, Dr. Mansour, we talked until now about both the breakthroughs and the achievements, but in order to really be sincere and honest, it's important to also talk about baggage, let's say, between Jewish and Arab society. And the May events is kind of an open story. It's an event that not only has not healed, it's still a wound very much. And I'm interested in knowing two things. First of all, there's a whole world of interpretations, very diverse, especially in the Israeli media, as to what led to the May events. Is it anti-Semitism and racism, or is it a matter of feeling discriminated against? So is it incitement or is it discrimination? Well, it's more complex than that. And that's why comparisons help us. Why did these events only take place in one city, in one town, and not in another? Or less so elsewhere? But without a doubt, the main characteristic of these very bad or very difficult events is the involvement of the mixed cities. And therefore, we need to see all the different factors. And if I want to go into it, and before I move on to answering the second question, the same situation I was in when we started talking about crime and violence. Two theories were dominant until recently when it came to this area. The first is the conspiracy theory among Arab public, that it is Israel that wants to crush Arab society. Had they wanted to, they would have ended with this phenomenon within 24 hours. That's what people think. And important leaders in Arab society would talk about that it is a Zionist conspiracy. The state of Israel wants not only neglects Arab society, but it's a conspiracy, it's a plot against us. That's the one theory. The second theory was it's Arab culture. And once we started to investigate it, to study it and research it, the previous government has set up a committee, and suddenly the findings and the data emerged. And of course, it's a complex image, and it's not just two reasons, it's maybe 8 or 9 reasons. And instead of each holding the other accountable, the Director General of Netanyahu's Prime Minister's office, they said the Israeli government has failed. It's our responsibility. And then suddenly I felt more accountable to come and say we also failed. And it's true, it was a mutual failure. So this image of one phenomenon, crime and violence, reflects other things. If we start to analyze it, we'll be surprised to discover that there are other issues and other factors that have also led to this escalation. And therefore, we don't only want to remain in this kind of examination stage, and now we have for the first time promoted programs specifically for mixed cities. Arab populations in the mixed cities were not part of the government, were not part of Arab society, were not part of the local leadership. We all know about 922, the economic plan proposed by Netanyahu 5 or 6 years ago. The heads of the local Arab authorities refused to take part and to have their public in mixed cities participate in these programs and get the resources. Why? For what reasons? For practical reasons? No. For their interests. It was their interest. It's our money, and it'll go to our local authorities. And not only that, there are 33 Arab communities that are within the local authorities that are mixed with Jews, mixed local authorities, 33 communities. And they too were not part in the allocation of resources of Plan 922. And when we did Plan 50/50, we are a party, and we are called the United Arab List. So we are supposed to represent everyone, not only We now, of course, are happy with the use of the term Arab society, which has different sectors, but it's also in the government's official papers. So we said, first and foremost, we need to take care of the Druze as well, and this occasion. And they got 40% of the allocated resources, and also the next cities in the program will be approved in a couple of weeks' time, and also the communities that are in the local authorities that are regional, and so on. And so each of them has a part in this program, and that's the direction in which we're headed. However, it's not enough to just have a comprehensive government plan. Now we are also going to put into practice the civil initiatives and to also support local initiatives that emphasize. The first call for proposals that came out from the Ministry of the Galilee and Negev is one that focuses on plans and programs for improving the fabric of Israeli society, Jewish and Arab. There's a lot to be done on various levels. On the religious level, of course, there's another initiative that is being developed there. And so if we say that there are many factors and many reasons, then we also need to align programs accordingly, because that's your question. Can it come back? And perhaps even more so. Yes, if we neglect things, then yes, it can come back. It can happen again. We don't only have to make progress and go forward. We can maybe go backwards as well. And that's something that I would like to reiterate. Last year, we negotiated with both blocs. And then the events in May happened, and Guardian of the Walls and so on. And then they decided to stop the negotiations. But it continued. It continued because everyone understood that there's no other option. We have to move forward. And therefore, just 2 or 3 weeks after these May events, we set up this coalition. So even though these events were harsh, and as you've described it, it was the harshest, most difficult event since the establishment of the State of Israel. However, we moved forward, and we managed to take this step, the first historical step, and set up a government or a partnership the way it is now. We are about to conclude, and I want not only to look at the political developments that are ongoing, that are daily, we are surrounded by them, we also want to look down the line, 5, 10 years. How do you, Dr. Mansour, see this story of the Jews and Arabs? Because we notice there are so many fundamental problems and issues. So what you started this past year, is that something that is the final stop, or is it are there other things that you still want to promote in terms of changing the space? Look, I've noticed that anyone who has engaged in this area of the relations between Jews and Arabs and the partnership between them has always addressed it as an instrument. In Arab society, Hadash, how do we achieve our goals within the State of Israel? By having a Jewish-Arab partnership. And also, the other plans, the other programs, the other approaches that have come from this direction of the state, the government, they too we want the Arab-Jewish partnership, the Arab-Jewish relations, in order to feel more comfortable living together and to create recognition so that each will accept the other without having conflict, without a disagreement, without all these terrible issues in this relationship. And then I thought to myself, maybe we should change our approach. Maybe we should start looking at this partnership as an objective, as an end, rather than a means to an end. And then when you see this relationship as the end rather than the means, then you say, okay, what should we do in order to reach this ideal? And what is the ideal? And there, of course, each person sees their own vision. But beyond the issues of the everyday, of the day-to-day, but to live together with respect, in safety, and that is valid for the relationship in Israel between citizens, Jews and Arabs, between Jews and Jews, and between Arabs and Arabs. But if we accomplish using this civil model that is based on values such as tolerance, such as sharing, such as mutual responsibility, such as humane values, then we can also manage with the greater and more complex issue which we discussed now of the relations between Palestinians and Israelis and where we're headed in that respect as well. And therefore, that's actually the second question. What is our role as the Arab society that on the one hand has an identity, that it is part of this nation, it is part of this Palestinian people, but it's also part of Israeli society and being Israeli citizens? How should we conduct ourselves? How can we make a contribution? Because ultimately, we are paying the price. Last year, without a doubt, the worst effect was within Arab society. This year, we have managed to cope better, and the events there were terrible events, but they did not go beyond a certain point. And you cannot remain in this situation where you will always remain under this threat, whereby whatever you have managed to build here can get ruined quickly in light of events that you have no control over. But that to me, and I said that very clearly, we went to the Arab public and we said we are going to put at the head of our priorities the issues of the Arab society. And I think that is the right way to go about it. And I think it's moral. Some people accuse me saying that you have neglected the Palestinian issue and you have neglected the Palestinian identity and so on. I think that to deliver on my promises and what I have promised the Arab electorate and my voters is first of all a moral commitment, and I believe that our success here in Israel with this civilian, humanitarian, humane approach where you are politically tolerant will also help on the other level. And then through the citizen or the civilian aspect, I can serve, but not serve one side, serve the entire community in the Holy Land, as I like to call it. Just a quick question based on what you've said very briefly, Dr. Mansour. Based on what you've just said, looking ahead, according to polls and surveys, it seems that the majority in the Arab society says that they shouldn't just be in the coalition but also in the government. Would you be willing to consider that? Look, when we decided to go for this formula and to be part of the coalition but not in the government, we considered two things. There is no principal opposition where, like the ultra-Orthodox, they don't want to be part of the government, which has changed recently. It's not as if we're saying we don't want to be part of the government, but we did take into account two things. First of all, Arab society, and you follow what's happening there. There is a rift. There is a great argument, and it leads to incitement and use of violence. There is verbal violence, of course, but there's also physical violence. And you were a victim of that. Yes, I was. That's on the one hand. And so you took a step that does not tear apart these ties, does not sever ties in society. But also, if you look back 2 years ago, we recommended Benny Gantz and Blue and White twice, and we didn't manage it. And one of the insights I had was that Israeli Jewish society is not yet prepared, is not yet ready for it. And so when Ra'am went ahead with this move, we changed our view, our position on the political spectrum. We said we're not left-wing, we're not right-wing, we're willing to work with everyone, we're willing to go with anyone who comes, and we are reaching out for anyone. We don't want to go against anyone, only those who are against us. And I thought that it would be right to also allow Jewish society to have the time it needs, that it can also adjust. It's not easy to finish with the May riots and then sit together around the government table and just listen to the discourse that Netanyahu and the Likud are back with, that we are compromising Israel's security and the government cannot function because Ra'am is there and they cannot decide on security issues. That's why we thought this was the right thing to do. But in the future, perhaps we will decide that we will say, okay, we do want to move on and take this step. Okay, I'm getting all these signs from the audience saying that we're done for now. Dr. Mansour, I personally have asked about 10th of the questions I was going to ask you. I'm giving long answers. Sometimes I make answers that then get me into trouble, but I never give brief answers. Okay, I certainly hope that just as with the Palestinian issue that was discussed before, we're not going to leave it up in the air. So with the relations between Jews and Arabs, we'll delve deep, we'll get to know each other, we'll make decisions together, and I just want to thank you so much for this wonderful conversation. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Mansour. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Major General in Reserves Amos Gilad, for the wonderful, amazing, fascinating people we've had today. Thank you to the IPS, to Reichman University. Lunch is served outside.